Chatfishies to more Dead Space. Wow, I love Dead Space. So we're going to play Dead Space again. Because you know why? It's been like a year, so... You know, I could play it again if I want to. It was 2023, last time I played it. Long time ago, long time ago. Starting a new game plus will carry over weapons and stuff. Good, good. Do not put it on that. Enemies and Isaac both take baseline damage. Isaac takes much more damage than enemies. I don't remember how spongy that makes enemies. I kind of like medium. Medium is just cozy. It's comfortable. It's relaxing. Relaxing, you know, because I'm already going to be stressed out. The best spaceship ever made! The U.S.G Ishimura, one of my favorite science fiction spaceships of all time. I wish I had a model of that. That'd be cool. Look at that thing. Fucking chic. It's fucking chic, Chatfish. Well, dream little Sneedstein. The only thing I really wish they did with this remake was, like, I don't know, somehow add extraction to this game's story. So you just play as, like, a dude in third person, you know, not like a rail shooter. That would have been ideal.
It's all falling apart here. I can't believe what's happening. Strange. Such a little thing.
That's her? Nicole?
Yeah. First deferred from her in weeks.
I think her hand clipped through my armor.
5 minutes out, you still got that thing on repeat.
To be fair, that's because you're not supposed to have max armor.
Ishimura is not a job you turn down, but 6 months apart with only vid calls. It's rough. Easy to say the wrong thing.
I don't blame you. I'd listen to my girlfriend over Hammond reciting security protocols.
Forewarned is forearmed, Miss Daniels.
So you keep saying.
Here we go. Nice clean re-entry.
Aw, yeah.
Aegis VII.
Imagine 6 months staring at that chunk of rock.
To an independent miner, that's paradise. Aegis VII is one of the richest finds in CEC history. Some prospecting team set up for life. Now where is she?
There. Confirming visual contact with U.S.G.
It's beautiful, Chatfish.
What a beauty.
Holding up a chunko planet.
Biggest planet cracker in her class, you know. And it looks like they already popped the cork.
Why is it so dark? We should be able to see her running lights.
Yeah. I'll get us into hailing range. Someone's got to be waiting up for us.
Just be careful on the approach. I'm not taking any chances with CEC's pride and joy.
No chances, huh? Is that why you were digging into my personnel files before we left?
You track your file access?
I'm a computer analyst. Comes with the job.
I ran standard CEC background checks, Miss Daniels. If you want to work in the big leagues, you have to play ball.
Sir, we're in
Hammond should have fucking dug deeper.
U.S.G Ishimura. This is the emergency maintenance team of the U.S.G Kelly responding to your distress call. Come in, Ishimura. Ishimura, do you copy? Come in. This is the U.S.G Kelly.
Did the Dead Space 2 playthrough? It wasn't really funded, so probably, unless Chatfish show like an interest in me returning to it,
Someone pick
would
up
be
the
better to restart it, honestly.
What the hell is that?
To give Chatfish their money's worth if they did.
Sounds like their communication array is busted. Maybe a broken encoder. Daniels and I can handle it in 48 hours, max.
Hey, that gives you plenty of time to catch up with Nicole.
Yeah, I hope so.
Jen, Johnson, take us in.
Gravity tethers engaged. Automated docking. Let's go.
I'm losing control.
What? We're off course.
Daniel!
Guidance system override isn't responding.
Shit, we're coming in too hot. It's gonna smash us into the hull.
Jen, aim for that emergency stabilizer. There, the blue light. It might
There is
slow
a
us
Dead
down.
Space movie.
Drop the flash shield. Everyone bring it up.
It's actually not terrible. It's not amazing, but it does a good job of explaining what happened to the ship. Chatfish, I think we're in trouble.
Everyone okay?
I'm good.
I'll live.
The Dead Space movie does have stuff to do with the game. What? I'm talking about the '96 one? Oh yeah, that has nothing to do with anything.
Shit. The Better than a broken neck. Or worse. Good call on the stabilizer, Isaac.
Gotta always read the manual.
What the fuck's going on
Full
with the
playthrough,
weapons?
Chatfish
That
would have to
guidance
fund the
system's
day
a
for
death
that.
trap.
Better add it to your
This is just
reserve
gonna
list.
be kind of a
Jen, what's our
whenever I feel like it
Comms are
stream.
down. We lost a port booster. Got a fire in one of the stabilizers and singularity core's a mess. Could be worse, but not by much.
Then let's get some help. Johnston, stay with the Kellyan. We'll send a medic. Everyone else, with me.
I think Chen's in trouble. And Black Girl's definitely gonna die. She accidentally chose the wrong ethnicity in character creation. You know how that goes. Except I don't think she's getting the sacrifice.
Crap, we came down hard.
Per your request, here's what we could find on these specialists. They've sent for the repair mission, Isaac Clarke. Isaac was born on to Paul and Octavia Clarke on Earth in the eastern seaboard region of the American Republic. Paul Clarke was an award-winning ship architect employed by the Galactic Union Merchant Marine Corps. His records show extended time off world away from his family. When Isaac was born, Paul was given a temporary reassignment to an Earth-based MMC ship production facility during the 4-year tour. Paul and Octavia raised Isaac together. When the tour was over, Paul shipped off for an extended off-world tour. Paul's influence on his son must have rubbed off. Records indicate that Isaac pursued studies in mechanical and electrical engineering and achieved high honors. According to medical and psychiatric reports, holy shit. Forgot how big this is. Yeah, this audio log actually gives a lot more details to Isaac Clarke, but basically he's very much motivated by his father, and he actually has a hatred for the Unitologist Church because it basically corrupted his mother. She ended up killing his father, and then their bodies were stolen by the church, and all their assets were freezed by the church as well, which helps establish a little bit more why Isaac distrusts the Church of Unitology.
To the U.S.G. Ishimura. Rig synced. Collect kinesis and stasis modules from Acting Chief Engineer Jacob Temple. Location? Error. Employee not found.
Where's Jacob Temple? Chatfish.
I can't reach security.
Same for the chief engineer.
Isaac Clarke's suit's fully fucking kitted. Alright, Chatfish, we gotta investigate what's going on with this spunk ship. It's kinda goofy. Money. Yep, looks like some sort of spaceship. Yep, yep, space stuff. How much lore this adds is so good. Sponsored article. Basically talks about the U.S.G. Ishimura, that it's the pride of the CEC, and it's very important to EarthGov, because the CEC, or the, what do you call it, Planet Cracker ships, are the one thing keeping Earth's economy going and the industry going. It's actually why EarthGov is so desperate about the markers in Dead Space 2, because they know that the ship-breaking industry, or ship-breaking, planet-cracking industry, isn't going to last them forever as they continue to expand across the stars.
Something on the floor here. Is that?
I need that damage report.
Is that blood? Okie dokie, you know, my name is Isaac Clarke, I'm just a little guy, you know, gonna be an engineer.
Oh God, that smell.
What have you got, Isaac?
It says that the ship's fucked up.
It's not just comms or the guidance system. Half the Ishimura's in the red. Engines, hull, the trams.
You could do that kind of damage to a planet cracker.
Chen! Don't do it, Chen! Chen's like, I feel like I'm gonna get stabbed.
Anomaly detected.
What?
Activated.
Another malfunction?
No. The quarantine systems are all fine.
Something's gonna go wrong, chat bros.
Do you hear that?
Yeah, I hear it.
Yeah, man.
Take it easy.
I love his armor,
Get
though.
those elevators running.
Chen's armor's actually not bad, too. Holy shit! I think Chen's fucked. Oh god, Chatfishies, no! I don't like slow opening doors! Chatfishies, run! Alright, so I just always get scared. Okay, it's fine. We sprint faster than they move! We sprint faster than they move, I think! Just go, Chatfishies! Woo! Woo! Okay, I don't like not having a gun. Despite the fact that I played this before, I just get scared. I can't help it. I get teds. There's actually not a lot of woke propaganda in this game. In fact, it's what little stuff there quote unquote is can honestly be sort of chalked up to almost ironic. Considering there's a hanging person in the back. They did a fantastic job with this remake. There's only a couple things I really disagree with. And it's actually has to do with character model faces. Because it's a lacking of understanding about Dead Space lore. So the big thing in Dead Space lore is humans live a lot longer. So Nicole looking like she's in her, well, like 30s, which is what she is, I think. Or 30s, yeah? Early 30s, if I remember. She's like 31. She shouldn't actually look the way she looks because they age slower. Oh my god, this game's so good. Look at it, it's so fucking sexy. We need Dead Space 2 remake. EA needs to burn in hell. They've denied us. What they really should have done is made an expansion for this that added the extraction, where you play as the security team on Aegis VII during the initial outbreak on the planet. Oh my god, look at that fucking necromorph. It's so gorgeous. Fucking beautiful, isn't it? Let's see. Look at that. SQEKMORPHS. Looks like he was probably a... If I had to guess, this was probably part of the security team. PSEC, not PSEC. I forget what the U.S.G. Ishimura security teams were. If you watch the movie, what's interesting is Alyssa Vincent, who's chief of security on the U.S.G. Ishimura, loses pretty much contact with their security teams almost instantly. And this breakdown of communication is actually what leads to a lot of the security teams being detached and disorganized. And so when it comes to the organized defense of the Ishimura, it just doesn't go very well.
It didn't die. We shot that fucker right between the eyes and it didn't die. Smith had to shoot its fucking arms and legs off. For God's sake, send help!
Isaac. Oh my god, Isaac. You made it.
They're everywhere. Shin, is he,
He's gone. Nothing I can do. What the fuck are these things?
The ones I saw, some of them were wearing Ishimura uniforms.
They're the crew? How the hell can they be the crew? Look at them.
We need to get to the bridge. There's 1,000 people on board. Someone will be there.
We can't. The tram system's wrecked. Everything's locked down because of the quarantine.
And you're both repair techs, so how do we do this?
There's a broken tram car blocking the tunnel. It's gridlocked the system. And the data board's burned out.
Sneedstein, quit fucking bullshitting. Yes, I'm playing New Game Plus. My suit's fully fucking decked. Look at the fucking armor.
And Isaac?
Yeah?
I'm sure Nicole's okay. She's the doctor.
The base engineering suit does not look this fucking decked.
Yeah.
It's like not wearing any fucking plates.
Find somewhere safe. I'll be back soon.
No, you're just a doomer, Sneedstein. The problem is you're always doomer. That's why I ignore a lot of the stuff you say. If you want to be part of the conversation, you actually have to have reasonable takes and opinions. You can't always be bleak about everything. Everything's not always the end of the world. That kind of mentality is cuck mentality. Is there bad stuff in certain things? Yeah, of course. Nothing's perfect. Is the world ending? No, fuck no. How do I fucking figure out where I'm going? Alright, there we go. X for that. Now, wait a minute. Didn't we have a... something to do in here? No, not yet. Hold on. I gotta remember what the fuck I'm doing. So, that's a map, and it's got map stuff on it. He's like, we all gonna die! Yeah, pretty much. Isaac Clarke, a deadbeat boyfriend. Fucking brain dead pig. Fucking A. Deadbeat my ass. Honestly, what's actually annoying is not necessarily this game, but actually in, what was it, 3? 3, when Ellie's just being like fucking retarded. After everything Isaac had done. Oh my god, this is the other side of that. Now, I played this game enough to know you're faking it. You're a little fakomorph. And fakomorphs, oh my god, this is actually quite dark. Oh, I don't like that you just sort of appeared. I really don't like that you did that either. That's actually quite upsetting. No. If you're gonna pop out, you're gonna just do it, and we're gonna get it over. Okay, you're just gonna crawl away and go someplace else. Or you're gonna be in here. You're gonna pop out of that little vent. Yep, you little shit. Oh, I don't like that. Okay. Let's see. Just keep your eyes on where they can come out. All right. Okay. Spooky monster. He's spooking around somewhere. All right, let's see. All right, well, we're not supposed to be over here yet, so we're gonna make our way back and head to where we're supposed to be. Oh, beat posting, neat. What? Sudden cringe asking what mix it is, despite the fact that he probably already knows. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna go out here and down. Replace the damaged tram. Fucking A. What's that? Looks like maintenance. That sounds like the Leviathans, Cranky. What? What do you mean, what is that? The word? He doesn't need that no more. I get cooking instruments when I Google it. That's because the word is actually from another language. It's actually not English. The word translates into direct translation is basically power.
No, but I found a stasis module. I'm faster than... I got it.
Okay, I don't know why, but it felt like it was gonna wiggle forward there. Give ourselves some corner room to work with. Ship's keeps having power issues. It's actually these reboots, or these basically power shutdowns, that the ship is experiencing. That's actually a massive problem. Somebody died pooping. You know, I really don't see doors on these stalls. Guess you just shit and people look at you and like, hey, how you doing? It's like, you know, just shitting myself. There's little benches for you to wait while someone else is shitting. Oh, it's a shower room. Look at this dead guy. Look at this dead guy with his goofy hair. That's why he died. Looks like, security? Based on that outfit, I'm not entirely sure. Now, you know the necromorph infestation has been going on for too long because they haven't actually gathered up all the bodies. All the biomass. More ammunition. Ammunition is Kibbs' best friend. It keeps all the SQEKMORPHS away. Foxnix is a Grayby. This is true. You've been gray. There is bounties on you. I don't know how many or how much you've accrued, to be brutally honest. Let's disable ads. I mean, really, maybe I shouldn't. I kind of need the ad revenue. We're not making a lot of donuts.
Doesn't even slow them down.
Okay.
Well, we'll turn them off for now. We might actually have to start turning them on, though.
Those arms, their legs.
And leaving them on, or turning them off, even. Let's see.
Message retrieved.
This room's a lot smaller than I remember.
You got a stasis module handy? We need one in tram maintenance stat. The autoloader's fried. I got a damaged tram car on the tracks, and if the whole system's gridlocked, guess who they're calling?
Temple here, sending a stasis module now. What happened to the autoloader?
No idea. A lot of shit's been breaking down. I keep hearing things. Down in the gears where no one could be. You know?
I know.
Welcome to stream, Paul. Sadly, we did find out that EA has basically officially announced that no, they're not going to be doing a Dead Space 2 remake. Or, at the very least, they said no, they're not working on anything right now. Or they have no interest in doing anything with it. Which I think is fucking awful, if that's true. I'd like to believe that they're actually just keeping it under wraps for, you know, just not fucking building up hype before it's, you know, too early. Because that's bad. But, I don't know. The Dead Space 2 remake would be, in my opinion, the next best step. And then a Dead Space 3 remake, logically. 3 could definitely use it. 3's big problem, I think, has to do with the fact that it came out late for consoles, and so it suffers from a lot of things. It was basically at the end of the 360's life cycle, 6th gen, and because it was at the end of the life cycle, it does a lot of things, like with despawning corpses and stuff, that sort of just feels a little bit like things just phase away. It's like, okay. And that's to conserve on processing, because it's meant to be multiplayer and stuff like that. Okay.
Loading system reinitialized.
We just gotta be strong, Chatfishies, okay? No matter how many SQEKMORPHs come. There will be many. The corner of safety is my friend.
Contact a repair technician.
I'm not actually sick of remakes. Remakes really depend. Remakes are actually rare. Remasters are actually the most common thing. Okay, I like how you didn't do anything, game. But I could have sworn that this is the part where monsters attack me. I knew it!
Disengaged.
Lock and load. Okay, okay. That's not it. I know that's not it. Ah, fuck you. I hate you. You scare me. But you're so cute and adorable. Misunderstood, perhaps. Yep, that's another SQEKMORPH. There we go. Nice and dead. Welcome to stream, Jackson Voorhees. This is a reference. Are going to be playing the Soul Reaver 1 and 2 remaster coming out on the 10th? Yeah, we're going to be doing that. It's going to be fucking busy, actually. We're going to be doing the Indiana Jones game. We're going to be doing that. Okay. So we did that. Now we can press the button. And let's recharge our stasis for free, because we can do that.
Replacing damaged tram car. Please
Let's
stand
take
by.
cover. I don't want to take any damage. Taking damage consumes health packs. Health packs eats money. Fucking no. Okay, you need to stop. You need to stop. Stop hitting me. Okay. We need to be aggressive. Be aggressive. Something gonna remind us? No. We're good. We're good. Oh, scared the dog piss out of me. I didn't even see that vent there. God, it's so fucking dark. Dead Space 3 was fun gameplay-wise. Yeah, I didn't mind Dead Space 3. In fact, I think it added a lot of actually lore that I kind of liked. There were things I really wish it expanded upon more, like the Sovereign Colony's Armed Forces. Understanding this, the SCAF is helps expand a lot on the previous government as well as why the markers were hidden. That bit of lore explanation actually just really sort of clicked better and made it more sense why EarthGov was the way they were, as well as who the government was before then. Now that government before them, well, the SCAF, wasn't like better. They did their own courses of fucked up stuff too, because they also experimented on the markers. Seems like everybody does, but the markers are a answer to a question in the Dead Space universe, and that question is basically, I forget the theory, but it's the idea that a civilization and our civilization will reach a point in which we're going to plateau, and when we plateau, it's because of a couple things. Like, this is why we think why there's no other species in the galaxies that we've encountered or we've seen. Why the galaxy seems to be quiet. And the reason why that's believed, why there's no other civilizations out there, is because every species hits this wall. And when we hit this wall, something happens that either prevents us from continuing forward or we die out. The idea Dead Space has is that this wall is energy and resources. Planet cracking is the answer to this. Planet cracking is the answer to this question. That's just creepy. But the big thing is that eventually it just doesn't lead anywhere, right? It's like we're planet cracking, but the problem is planet cracking is not enough to keep us going. It's one of those jumpy boys. And because planet cracking isn't enough, we're going to need something else. And the new solution to this energy crisis that we're facing in this universe is the markers. The markers provide the energy sources needed. Now, the problem with the markers is the markers' ultimate end goal is that the reason why the dinosaurs went extinct in our universe, or in the Dead Space universe anyways, was because a marker impacted the Earth. It impacted the Earth and killed off the dinosaurs. It then started to tamper with our genetic code so that we would become a more advanced spacefaring civilization. This led us to basically evolve and then eventually discover the marker in the book called Martyr, where it was basically time for us to be consumed. So the marker signal then changed, and it changed to make us have dementia, make us experience this effect, as well as the recombination effect, where basically, you know, we turn into necromorphs upon our death, because it's time for convergence. It's time for our harvesting. So the marker believed, or I guess believed, if it has a sort of believing system. And so that is the idea of what the marker is doing, right? The big thing is that doesn't end up happening, right? Because they actually end up basically stopping the first incident by destroying the black marker, basically sinking it back into the Gulf of Mexico, I think. It's been a while since I've read the book, and I can't really remember that much. But that's like the entire premise, right? And so eventually, again, we reconstruct these markers, and they're built to answer this question again later on by the Sovereign Colony's armed forces. And those experiments ultimately fail, and those experiments and what they did and those outbreaks that took place is why EarthGov, or the EarthGov uprising, or rebellion, the government that would become EarthGov, basically rose up against the Sovereign Colony's armed forces in rebellion and eventually beat them down. Because the Sovereign Colony's armed forces was too busy distracted with their Tau Volantis expedition. The Tau Volantis expedition is an expedition in which we discover another planet where we believe it's the source of the markers, but in reality it's not. It's actually just another civilization that is the Volantians. And the Volantians ultimately sacrificed themselves to prevent their assimilation and to basically prevent the markers from continuing. Their hope was that another civilization would then be able to come up and learn from their mistakes and destroy the moon that was forming out of the Volantians. And so that's like the entire idea there. Necromorph dinosaurs? I mean, it could have been. I don't think the big thing about the marker impacting onto Earth, the black marker anyways, its impact into Earth killed the dinosaurs, yes, but it didn't need to recombinate them because, again, it wants more biomass. It wants to basically make us into an advanced civilization so that we spread life and we spread biomass to more planets so that when it's time to feed, when it's time for a new marker to be, or a new brother moon to be formed and the other brother moons to be called so that they can feast upon our civilization. Because that's what they were going to do to the Volantians. Now, what we don't know about the Volantians, and there's a lot of interesting things there, is did the Volantians have other colonies? I don't know. Theoretically, maybe they did, but they just died out when they lost contact with the main central planet. Who knows? All we do know is that they only had one planet, and that's called Tau Volantis. And that is where they, perished. I love the lore for this setting. I've, read all the comics and books and watched the movies. I think I played all the side games except the web comic one, or the web one. Yeah. I almost got squished. But I have not played the web browser one. That one shut down well before I got the chance to try it. That was like a point-and-click adventure. Oh, what the fuck are you? You're like a spitter? Now, what's interesting is our suit upgrades are actually not available. So I don't have access to my ability to... Oh, and we lose access to the security clearance.
Required.
That's one addition I do like in the remake, was the security clearance rooms. Those are pretty cool. I don't know why, but I thought I heard something coming. That's weird. I don't like that. When I say it out loud, it makes it worse. You know what I'm saying? Ah, we gotta get the data board. But yeah, it was like a point-and-click adventure. And had, different paths in the stories you could do. There was a lot of Dead Space media. The only one I didn't think was that good was the Dead Space Xbox Live Arcade game, the puzzle one, where it explains the guy who rescues Isaac and what he did. I thought the gameplay was dumb for that. The story was interesting, but I think the best Dead Space other media was either Extraction, the rail shooter, which was kind of fun, or the iOS game. I played that on my Kindle Fire thing. Oh my god, that's ancient. But that was actually kind of fun. It explained the story of a marker agent who ends up defecting to join Tideman and basically trying to stop the marker outbreak on the Titan station. Ultimately, in the end, it ends up failing, but it was actually surprisingly good. Honestly, if they ever did a Dead Space 2 remake, I was actually kind of hoping that they'd actually take that mobile game and actually make it like an expansion story. Like an expansion, because that would be cool. That's one thing I really wish that Dead Space 1 remake did, was basically take the Extraction story and turn it into an expansion. Hell, I'd be willing to pay for it. Just because that wasn't in the base game at all, it was its own game. But the covering of the outbreak on Aegis VII is actually quite cool. That one could have even been multiplayer, because you play as PSEC, which is Planetary Security, for the CEC teams. That's right. This room's scary. Now I don't want to move. This room is creepy, and chatfish are spooky. Okay, come on. There's another one coming. Yeah, I hear it. I hear it. Left side, chatfish. Okay, I'm sorry. And don't do that with a music sting. Fucking Christ. It always gets me. I love Dead Space story-wise, but I'm really bad at scary games. And no matter how many times I play this, it's still just terrifying. Like, this room is hard for me to get through because it's so big and open, and I don't like it. It touches me in all the wrong ways. Chatfish are the be. The chatfish, they're just spooky little guys. No. SQEKMORPHS! Ah. No, they're behind me too. No, I don't like it. I can't be surrounded. Oh, God. Okay. Neutralized. He's down. Take a leg and take an arm. Is there another one there? I can't tell. Oh, my God. I don't like big rooms. The simple little corridors are much safer. Oh my god. See, I was like, yeah, I love Dead Space. I totally want to stream it. Now I'm playing, I'm like, God, it's scary though, and I don't like being scared. Fuck. Spooky. Alright, so. Man. I think I got all of them in here. It's okay, Isaac. We're together. You and me are together. We got this, okay? Nothing, every little thing is gonna be alright. 'Cause every little thing. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm scared. I just don't wish I were scared. Don't scream, Isaac. There's no reason to scream. You might alert the monsters. See, I know you're screaming and stomping and shit. And, you know, that's gonna probably alert the necromorphs. Oh, you know the ones that are really creepy? It's the fucking ones that fall apart. The tall, lanky fucking necromorphs. Those upset me. I'm glad those are very rarely used. Like, those are fucking definitely inspired by John Carpenter's The Thing. Honestly, if it was ever to be a Dead Space movie, I think John Carpenter would actually be a great choice. Shame that'll never happen. And if it did, it'd be fucking cringe, probably. I mean, goddamn. Dead Space is like the perfect setting to get like a movie adaptation, though. It's so good. Like, I want like a full movie. Like an Aegis VII, you know. The day before the marker, you know, stuff like that. Just cover the whole fucking thing. They moved the elevator over here? I don't remember that. That must be a remake change. Some of these rooms are like, I played the original so much that I played through this game I think twice, the remake or whatever. But I can't get used, I'm still not used to the changes in the level design. What I do like is that they actually took a good philosophy to this. That it didn't replace the original. And actually is like it stands as a shoulder-to-shoulder game. Meaning that you can play through the original and still have a unique experience. But there's certain... Yeah, that's what I thought. My plasma cutter must be upgraded to the max because this thing is doing shit tons of damage. I don't like it. These rooms are designed to be scary. Oh, that's right. The remaster does things actually much scarier in certain ways. Oh, I don't like that. I forgot about that. I forget. No. John Carpenter wanted to make a movie about Dead Space after the remake was launched. I mean, look at this. This universe, its art style is amazing. I personally think the movie should be... Yeah, photorealism is actually important for the Dead Space. I think that, yeah, because the stylization for Dead Space has always been on the attempt to be realistic to keep the monsters in the really horrifying thing. John Carpenter did. That's awesome. It's a shame nothing got off the ground though. Because Dead Space is one of my favorite IPs, and one of my favorite sci-fi IPs. Mostly because I really like the marker and the necromorphs and the lore behind it and how it functions and works. This isn't interesting to read. This is just that log where he just blabs and blabs. Alright, so. I know what you're doing, game, and I think you're an asshole for doing it. Yeah, you'll have decisions, my ass. Like, the decision there is that we lose lights no matter what. Like, you want me to take the lights off, game, okay? Now I'm gonna harvest and loot everything. Ah! Oh, hello. I'm glad I upgraded you plasma cutter. You do not take a whole lot of shots to put a necromorph slasher down. Now, fortunately, the slashers we're facing are actually just regular slashers. They haven't had time to be enhanced. Actually, I think a Dead Space movie should actually have a lot of actors, at least initially, right? Like, I want to see, I think the best perspective to do would be to actually take Extraction's story, because Extraction's not bad, but also the comic for it as well. Because the comic added a bit more with the planetary governor, or the colony manager, whatever his name was. I think he was a colony manager. And that his story was kind of important because it added a lot of context for them losing control on the planet, especially when Captain Benjamin Mathias shows up and assumes control of the situation. Because when Benjamin Mathias takes over, that's when the director or manager loses all, control of the situation on Aegis VII. It's also, at that point, like, he was already fucking up. It's not even Benjamin Mathias's fault. Like, I mean, it is. Mathias fucked up because Captain Mathias was a marker head. And he was absolutely adamant. And the reaction and the panic that took control aboard the U.S.G. Ishimura just led to a series of bad things. Like, when Vincent said that she wanted to take the security teams down to the planet, it was probably the right move, I think Benjamin Mathias made, to be like, no, we're not going to the planet. No, we're not letting anyone on board. That was the right move. The issue is that they got on board anyways. And even if they didn't get on board, the marker was on board. And they brought up so many of the bodies from the planet that those bodies were in the morgue, and there was also violence, more people were dying. It was only a matter of time till the recombination effect would start happening. Alright, fine, I'll fucking turn off the power for the lights. Now, chatfishes. Like, why? Like who designs a ship where you have to turn off the lights? Like, come the fuck on. No necromorphs, okay? I already went over here. I already fought them. Game. We're not going to fight them twice, okay? Fighting them twice would be hella gay, okay? And we hella don't want that. Alright, alright. We're halfway there. We just got to go downstairs and, fight the necromorphs downstairs. Like, it is what it is, Sometimes you got to fight SQEKMORPHS. And SQEKMORPHs squeak at you, and then they, slice you, fup, and fuck you up, and then you're dead. Oh, what I also like about necromorphs is the biomass, right? Alright, come on. Just do your stuff. Yep, here you come. Here they come. Oh, that's a vent. Oh, I got my back to a vent. Oh, that's fucking awful. Oh my god. What the fuck? Go down! Oh my god, I'm so glad I upgraded you, plasma cutter. I don't know if you start with it. Oh, I always knew it. I always knew there were little guys here. Ugh. It's enhanced. It's enhanced. It's gonna take more shots to go down. It's not down. Is there something else out there? We got musical stings. Enhanced SQEKMORPHs take a lot more shots to go down. The remake didn't sell well enough to justify DS2. That is tragic. Fuck, I really wish people would have bought this, because Jesus Christ, this game is actually awesome. But honestly, I don't know if I blame people, as I blame EA's ridiculous expectations.
I'm coming back to Tram Control now.
Daniel, get ready to go.
Look, a little marker. We need to collect these if we want to get the secret ending, I think. What's this text log? This is a bit more. Poker night. Keeping this off wriggling, in case Benson's listening. You in for poker tonight, or are you going to let Caitlin keep walking around with your credits? JF Dubs. Re-poker night. I'm in, but can you not invite Pavey this time? I know he's still blaming himself for Sorosi's accident and everything, but no one wants to keep... Oh, speaking of accidents, there's something interesting. A little bit of lore about the Ishimura that will excite the Chatfish. It sold 2 million copies? That's pretty fucking good! That's actually pretty good for a horror game. I'm pretty sure, like, that is, because I'm pretty sure horror games don't sell well because they're niche. EA needs to stop expecting this to be like a Battlefield or Call of Duty game and literally just accept what Dead Space's fandom is actually, willing to support. Ah, goddamn, that's so tragic. Dead Space 2 really could have used this same love. But more than Dead Space 2, 3 could have really used it. 3 definitely could use it more, honestly. And the reason why I wanted it to happen to 2 is so that the expansions get added. Could you imagine if the multiplayer mode got enhanced too with more stuff? Oh my god, Dead Space 2's multiplayer was like the best fucking thing. I might have overplayed that, but Jesus Christ. The multiplayer is great, because the missions themselves are actually stories of the various different groups of the security team from EarthGov that are trying to wrestle control or slow down the necromorphs so the civilians can escape. What I actually really like about Dead Space 2 is the antagonist. Leg. Goddamn internet flickered. Alright, I think I'm back. Well, what I was saying. Director Tideman's actually not evil. If you actually listen to all the logs and like stuff he's doing, he actually tries to focus on saving the people, despite the fact that the protocol dictates that everyone should die. He ends up actually sending a lot of security teams over to try to hold the civilian sector for as long as possible, or delay the necromorphs. But despite the fact that he did that, it wasn't actually enough. And the amount of people that actually escaped were still too little. Because again, the panic and confusion, like, fucking the school's filled with... Oh my god, the school's fucked up. Because the children were, like, massacred in corners. Because they would huddle in corners because they'd get scared. The environmental storytelling is really good in the school. But fuck, is it dark. And I love that. We need more dead children. I'm just saying, chat. It's good for storytelling because it really shows the necromorphs as how they should be. They don't show mercy to children. They don't show mercy to women or old people or like, the slow or the handicapped. They don't care. It's all just biomass to them. And this dark and cold sort of mission objective, like to acquire biomass, and the way they do it is so grim and dark that it just really just adds that flair to really make necromorphs and like the marker just sinister. Absolutely sinister. The early marketing for Dead Space 2 said that Clarke wouldn't be fighting alone, but be with a group and helping to direct them for survival. I guess they changed their minds. There was a lot of decisions in the development process. Like Dead Space 1 was originally supposed to have co-op, but ended up getting cut because, well, there was just not a lot of dev time. And so co-op was always actually a planned feature for Dead Space, but it just never got put in for whatever reason. Then, when Dead Space 1... You want to know some interesting trivia for Dead Space 3? Dead Space 3 originally was planned to have co-op because EA wanted to add it, but their idea for what they were going to do was that the second co-op player wasn't real. The second co-op player was actually supposed to be a figment of Isaac's imagination. And while I love the idea of that psychic bullshit that's going on with the marker there, and psychological effect, the one problem I have with that is that just doesn't make any sense. And like okay, but like they're killing necromorphs, like they're physically shooting them dead. Like how is that happening? How is that? it's a cool idea and concept and theory, but to execute that well would be how you'd have to do it is I would imagine it this way. You have two players playing this game cooperatively, but they're sort of always separated, right? Like you're not always able to help each other. And you're actually not who you think you are. And I think Dead Space 1 remake is actually a great revision of that, because Nicole Bannon, I think is her name, or Isaac's girlfriend, is actually doing stuff in Dead Space 1. Now, this is a plot hole originally, but they fixed this plot hole in the remake. And how they fix this is it's actually another girl. It's actually the girl in charge of the hydroponics, I think. And you think that she's Nicole, and she thinks that you're Temple, which is her lover, right? Temple's dead. Spoilers. Nicole's dead too. But you were thinking you're each other, right? And so when she's actually doing other things and activating terminals for you to do stuff, there's actually somebody who's actually doing things. Because realistically, nothing would have happened. There's no way those doors should have opened because nobody was actually interacting with it in the original. Because Nicole didn't exist. She's not real. Jackson Vohe says, you'd think they'd have made Ellie the second player. I think that was originally the plan. I don't remember 100%. I'd have been more invested if she'd been playable. I think she's wasted in Dead Space 3. She's absolutely wasted in Dead Space 3. Dead Space 3 does only a few things interestingly. It expands the lore and the world building of the setting, which is good. But it does one thing bad, or a couple things bad, not just one. The first thing it does bad is that the actual plot itself, or the characters and their interactions, is actually not as good or strong. They actually are not very good. They sort of like fall apart. They fall apart really bad, actually. God damn it, Chatfishes. My theory was that in the original Dead Space, for Nicole's opening, the door was, for me, that the door was already open, and Isaac was basically wasting his time shooting Necros. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, considering that the door would still be openable. Oh, shit. Reposition. Something's got to be coming. Something is coming. Reposition. Man, I do not handle scary things well. No. Not the best, but Black Ops 1 didn't do bad with Reznov. Was there, never there. And nobody addressed him, but he talked to you. Yeah, no, they did a good job in Black Ops 1 with that. The interpretation of somebody being there, but not actually there. Okay. Oh, hello. Okay. My health is pretty full, actually. Remember, you can see my health because my little blue bar in the back of my little body. Oh, little body. Now you want to play. Man, the plasma cutter being max is actually fucking powerful, isn't it? Oh my god, it just takes a while for me to work up courage on this.
Move.
Welcome back, little beanos.
Hey. How are you doing, Chatfishes?
There's my little beano.
Data board reinstalled. System restart complete.
Did you put the donuts on the thing?
What donos? I don't think we got a single one while you're away.
Then we got one.
We did?
Reaper new for $5. Kid, if you get a chance, check out Nuclear Nightmare. Seems Sting inspired. Maybe down your alley.
Actually, I have looked at Nuclear Nightmare. That could be an interesting game to do a community event on. Potentially. Press button.
Maintenance complete. Calling Tram.
It's clear.
What was my health? I still have a cough. It still hasn't really improved. I've sort of like stagnated with my recovery being sick. I'm not really sure what's going on. I assume it'll go away. Don't talk about it though. It makes me feel the phlegm in my throat. Makes me cough. I try to forget about it.
I think it's a lack of milk in your diet.
God damn it! I hate
milk.
Something hit the roof, but it seems operational.
Quarantine lockdown's lifted, so you can get to the hangar. Comms are still down though, so be ready for anything.
What's the plan?
You and Johnston fix up the Kellyan. We report to the bridge. Standard emergency protocol.
What? Protocol? Hammond, people are dying here.
And I'm not losing anyone else. We stick to procedure. We'll get through this.
We'll see.
Hammond is best girl. And I don't care what fucking apologists for Cassandra there are. Cassandra was fucking wrong. Cassandra was a moron, evil. Well, no, she got motivations. Problem with Cassandra is she's a fed. Fed! Ah! Start screaming at you.
She's a squirrel too, or she's just a normal pet?
She's just a normal fed. She's working for EarthGov. And she's basically infiltrated the CEC on this mission. To basically investigate what's going on in the Ishimura. Because remember, the mining operation that's going on in Aegis VII is actually illegal. This planet was actually quarantined by the previous government. And EarthGov basically kept those quarantines.
Mm-hmm. So the Ishimura is just massively fucked up.
But the Ishimura as a ship, or oh, you mean the CEC corporation?
Yeah, like the whoever owned the ship, the Ishimura.
Yep, the CEC.
They fucked up. Yeah.
What the fuck? It's all freaky. The stream shouldn't be getting choppier. It should be pretty clear. Try refreshing. At least I'm transmitting with 0 frame rate loss, which means that there shouldn't be any frames dropping. Oh no, you don't, you son of a bitch, get back here! Fuck. Now, there's a SQEKMORPHS coming behind us. Was that the one that actually was... Okay, musicals. Calm down. Music is how you read the room. Good job, Baffios. I'm proud of you. You're doing a fantastic job. Yeah, but one thing I would like would be a like, as far as spin-offs go, like, I want more mainline games, yes. But if I could pick some spin-offs, I would pick a sort of strategy game where you control, like, a teams or, like, security teams or whatever, and then you have to basically manage, like, damage control in the story of a ship being infected by a marker. And basically, you have, like, branching paths, and, like, different characters can survive and stuff. That'd be great.
No. No strategy. Just more dark.
What else could I want? Oh, and I would like a multiplayer game. Like the Dead Space 2 multiplayer, or like that, but like more stuff. That was super fun. But that could honestly be baked into a mainline game as a bonus mode. Add replay value. Like, basically just put Dead Space 2's multiplayer back in. There we go. Paying my artist through Y is always so slow. Somebody finally received their money after like a week. I really wish they would have added co-op to this. You know why? Because I'm a baby and I'm scared. I'm just kidding.
That's good for us though.
The music, I believe, was composed by Jason Graves. The actual soundtrack is pretty fucking spooky. I actually like to listen to it when working on lore for certain things about the setting that we're making. It's great inspiration. It gives a very dark and twisted vibe. And the ambience work in this is also fantastic, both for this and the original. The original also was really well done. Oh, that's that girl. Now, I want to point out we left her there. Granted, we didn't know about the, monsters inside. I would have closed that door if I was her.
Why do you take the helmet off? Don't take it off. Isaac.
Because Isaac's safe in here. He's like, Isaac's pretty comfortable inside the ship. Nothing bad could happen inside the ship. Nothing bad would ever happen to the ship.
Yeah, like there's only a fire over there, like. Yeah.
What have you got on you? Is that blood?
Haley, I need you to listen.
Oh, she has no idea what happened.
The Ishimura's overrun with... They're fucking monsters. You didn't hear anything?
What? No, the comms are still out. Isaac...
We need the Killian fixed now.
Oh, she had no idea.
Yeah, it's there.
Come on, Limpy. Necromorphs are dumb. Like, bonk, bonking core, bonk, bonk, bonk. Actually, I think they're doing that intentionally to destroy the ship. And she just flatlined.
That's what you get for not using a goddamn helmet.
Haley! I feel like that's a reference to Ellie! Oh, we got these necromorphs now. The jumpy boys.
What I think the necromorphs are very good at, as a monster design, is that like everyone goes like, shoot head, like in the beginning. No one, like everyone, I think, shot the head first.
Yeah, the head doesn't matter. Like they don't even care.
Isaac, what's happening down there?
Johnson's gone. The Killian too. The singularity core overloaded.
No!
Killian was our only way home. We're trapped.
No! I'm not losing two good people for nothing. What about the command?
It's a brick.
Are you having string issues unexpected?
So we find Captain Matthias. Track his rig.
Okay, here. Captain Benjamin Matthias. Location medical.
Gibbs is more scared when he's alone. Fox should go away.
Chatfish don't pay for that. They can't have that happen.
You're closer to
You can pay to make me go away, Chatfish.
The captain's body and get his rig. With his code.
If you reach today's daily goal, right? Let me see. Okay. It's yesterday.
Chen?
Uh-oh, they're in trouble.
If you reach yesterday's goal, Chatfish, I will go away.
They won't.
Leave kids
I need you to track stuff.
I'm going to like, I'm going to sleep early. Good.
I really love the designs of the ship. The rooms, the little fucking everything about it's great.
I think the first one is my favorite. I didn't like the third one. Being caught and all.
I like the third one, but I also it has problems. It has problems.
Bold of you to assume Gibbs even has lights on at any point in Reaper. He literally like he uses the what's the name? The monitors as the illumination. Like that's.
Let's go to the Bachoom to go pouty.
Bachoom.
Oh fuck. Die!
I remember they had the bathroom issues in this game, right? And everyone forgot that. Yeah, but you go in the quote unquote bathroom, the Transformers bathroom, right?
And there's a person who's hung himself.
Yeah. It's like
the big thing is if you actually look at the director behind the game, I'm pretty sure that guy, he's the guy who was basically managing For Honor and managed to turn For Honor around. And he was a big Dead Space fan. And so when he got in charge with the Dead Space project, there was definitely attempts to do DEI stuff to the game to an effect, and some of it did slip in. But if you notice, a lot of it actually was relatively contained. And I think this is in part, I believe, this is a great deal in part, due to the director himself basically cock-blocking a lot of the stuff from actually entering. Because it could have been, like, crippling. But it managed to be so minor. Like, if you didn't know about the bathroom thing, or the bathroom signs, you would never know.
It's funny.
Now,
because, like,
I look at everything when I play games, so I kind of noticed, but you know.
But like, that is funny because the people were complaining about, but like, there's a blackwash the characters in the beginning. Did you notice that all of them die?
Yeah, they all die horribly.
Yeah, horribly.
And no, they're not necessarily blackwash. The two characters in the beginning are the CEC security guys. Now, they had no personality or story or really lore before. They sort of just weren't people. They changed them in this because you have Haley and then you have Chen. Haley is the girl who gets injured and then she dies. She's dead already. Like, she just died in that ship, right? And Chen is the guy who dies basically early on when the necromorphs attack in the immigration room. And in the immigration room, that is where Chen's dead, but Chen is then added a bit more because his necromorph actually stalks Hammond. And that's actually kind of cool. At least I like that aspect. Chen's necromorph is the thing that actually takes out the thing. Schematic submitted. Items available. Suit level 6. EDF rig. Chatfishies. What? I can't afford that. I can't.
How much is that? 500?
60,000 credits.
Holy shit.
Like, how many credits do I even have? I have 71,000.
It's 90 to 90,000.
We can't quite afford it. I could try selling some stuff. I've got a lot of stuff in storage though, because I bought all the guns and other armor sets.
Yeah, but you might need it later though.
Sanctified suit's cool. Honestly, all the armor suits they added were great. the necromorph Isaac suit's funny. We'll show Chatfish. This one's if he's dead. What's great about this one in cutscenes is when he takes off his helmet, it takes off his head. He's just got a little nub. Now, it kind of ruins the cutscenes, because if I remember, he doesn't talk when you wear this set. He just grunts and goes, "Rrrr," because he's dead. Once you get the pulse rifle, there's an exploit you can get to get infinite cash, as long as you don't mind spending time doing it. I don't need to exploit, I'll unlock things. Now the question is, what weapons do we want to play with? Now, I don't have a lot of weapon upgrades, but I could sell a lot of these. So I'm going to actually sell these.
I always use the plasma pistol, mainly, because I liked it, and then like... mostly the plasma piece now.
I think I can squeeze the EDF suit. Oh my god, it's gonna be painful. It's gonna be painful, Bino.
Which one's the best one? Is the F one?
Well, the EDF one's cool because it's actually the EarthGov military. I'm gonna squeeze that. Oh, I don't have a lot to work with, but it's not like getting ammo's hard. Oh, it's 99,000? Fuck, I just squeezed as
Yeah,
hard
I
as I
told
could.
you, it's 99,000, yeah.
Maybe I can sell one of these guns. No, I can't sell those. Once I have them, they can't be sold. No, don't move that to my inventory. Fuck. I really want it. I really do. We'll have to save a
You
little
could
bit.
always sell. You could always sell all your ammo and
Yes,
just melee for a while.
yeah. Goddamn, Beto, that's a terrible idea. But why does it sound so good? Oh my god, I have so much few ammos. But I got the armor beast.
Exactly all your ammo there.
Alright, time for Isaac to stop being a zombie.
Beto, Queen is blind. Streamlabs staying. Yeah, like
Unexpected donates $1, says,
that-
Kib, seriously, look at your chat. The stream is very choppy, like it's stuck at 15 frames per second, even with shifty quality, even when switching to Chrome or Firefox. I don't really see that on my end. Like, I can actually open the stream and it looks pretty smooth.
Let me open it.
Unexpected donates.
Tag
Kib,
me as
shut up, Kib.
Rare Fox in the chat when you need me.
I don't know why it would become choppy all of a sudden.
Is it choppy?
I don't think so.
Let me open it.
I will reboot the stream and see if that fixes it. But no promises. I can't really guarantee what's going on with that. It really shouldn't be choppy because it's coming in smooth. And we're not reading any frame rate loss whatsoever. We are at a crisp, solid frame rate. No frames dropped. Yeah, we're reading all green on my board. Oh well, 1 second, chat. I'm going to end the stream real quick. And then we'll be right back. Just a second.
No, it's kind.
Alright. Is it smooth now, chatfishies? I have no idea why I've created my suit to this. Oh my god, I'm a fucking soldier. He looks so goofy with his little eye things.
No, it's alright. Now this stream is alright.
Look at him. You like it? You like?
It's smooth. It's better.
Do I look cool? You think I'm a cool Beano?
How much did like he donate to you?
$1.
You didn't tell. $1?
Should have left it going. Made him donate more. And it's like, eh.
maybe I need to start DDoS in this stream to help the donors. Like each DDoS attack $1. Like sounds like good to me. I don't like the armor, says Ragnarok. Looks like discount Reaper. Let me see the armor for the front of the armor.
It's okay. It's better than the original EarthGov armor. Oh god, the original looks worse. The Titan Station, I think, has the best armor. Or the best security and military armors for the troops. Okay, chatfishies don't want this armor and we don't have to. We can always get the Venture suit. The EDF Corps of Engineers adopted after their victory on Europa Connemara Chaos Iceworks during the Resource Wars. Or there's, you know, the bloody suit. Let's see. You know, or Isaac Clarke is literally insane. Yeah, we'll wear the insane suit. Maybe Chatfish want this one.
Remember, Chatfish, he only sold all his ammo for that armor, but it's not big. It's no big deal. Does this game have New Game Plus?
Yeah, I'm actually playing New Game Plus right now. That's why I have a lot of that stuff unlocked. Look at this goofy fucking suit.
I like it. It's festive. It's Christmas suit.
It's
Look at the answers.
festive. Hold on, let's show Chatfish. Let's go into the light. He's got a necromorph on his fucking hip. Little skull. He's got...
That's still alive, by the way. The hands.
Technically, yes. All these necromorph bits are actually still, like, actually alive. Because the signal is still transmitting. He's wearing a plate of the Ishimura for some reason. He drew eyes onto his mask. Fucking A. This is when Isaac Clarke's been stuck on here for too long. So if you take too long to beat the game. He wasn't saying.
I'm not stuck here with you. You are stuck here with me, Necromorphs. He has a Necromorph head, like that's Wilson, you know, the name of the head.
Wait, I took off that suit and I don't see my security suit anymore. Where did it go?
It's there.
I don't think it is. Legacy rig designed for years of faithful service. That's the OG one. It looks very weird in this game. Oh my god, where'd my Earthgov suit go? Chatfish, did it bug?
5?
Did it disappear? It's suit level 6.
Oh, inventory. Go to inventory.
Oh my god, I think it bugged. My suit's gone. That
Reload.
thing I spent 99,000 credits on is gone.
Did you save after doing that?
Reload. Can help me. Welcome stream, Nicholas. We're doing all right. How are you? You ever attempt to finish hardcore mode in Dead Space remake? No, I haven't. Mostly because I don't like the idea that enemies take a billion shots to die.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not too far back. But there's going to be a SQEKMORPH in this bathroom. It's going to be on the right side. What? It's not in here now? Oh, that's right. There's an AI director in this game now. Okay. The director changes sections of the game, so each time you play it, it does things differently. To try to space out encounters.
It's trolling you.
The director will sometimes troll you, yes. It'll sometimes make the lights in a room flicker and go out, and then make the vents break because they overcharge or whatever. But then no necromorphs come out. It just teases you. It's like, hee, I'm gonna get you. I like when it does that instead of sending stuff at me.
I know that's like most of the games. Fucking hell. You're more of a chicken than I am. What the fuck? You know the kind of horror games that I hate? The ones that I truly hate?
Okay, we're not gonna buy this. I'm worried I'm gonna lose it.
It's the ones that are like like Outlast, where you have a little flashlight and a camera and you just run. I hate those games.
I'm gonna move that to inventory so we can play with the pulse rifle. I haven't equipped it, I guess. How many inventory slots do we have? We have a decent amount of inventory space. Alright, we got the pulse rifle. We can blast enemies.
Do you have all the guns?
Yeah, I think
Do you have all the guns?
Actually, I don't know. Let's check. I don't remember if I got all the guns unlocked. Looks like it, yes. Yep, because I can only buy ammo, health, or power nodes and stuff. I have all the guns unlocked. Alright, we're not going to sell our stuff to get the tier 6 suit yet. We're going to hold on to our credits and earn it naturally, so I actually have resources and ammo to work with. And because I'm worried that I lose the suit as soon as I take it off.
Yeah, losing all the credits was kind of bad.
He's dead, by the way. Yeah, because technically that lost all my credits. Do I have all the upgrades? I think I do. Actually, no, I don't. I need the tier 6 suit to get the remaining upgrade slots. But I'm pretty close to maxing out once I get the tier 6 suit. The plasma cutter I've finished. I've actually finished the pulse rifle. Oh, okay. I have 13 power nodes to play with. I could save some for when I get the tier 6 upgrade. And apparently I'm missing one of the upgrade slots for the pulse rifle. Because there's 3 paths that are not available. Made the reload speed better. We could upgrade the Ripper, contact beam, The Ripper. We'll start working on the Ripper. And that will be all we'll spend on it for now. It's funny, I don't even have that equipped yet. Technically, I'm upgrading it. We'll save, and then we'll eventually get the next suit upgrade.
I hope the AI puts in a lot of those lanky fuckers with the loose heads. Scut. Scut.
Those things are fucking creepy. The lanky dudes. They were formerly, what do you call it? Officers of the Ishimura ship crew. They're deck crew officers or deck officers or something like that. And the big thing about them is that theoretically, that makes sense that they become elongated because technically people who are of leadership positions are usually taller than other people. Usually. This looks like a security dude or maybe an engineer. But he does look like he's dead. Like he's not wiggly no more. Just like, well, that's because he is dead. He's a little corpse. Don't have security access. How about you shut the fuck up, you alien fuck? It's like, his feelings hurt. This little guy died here. Ah, our kinesis module.
I like the kinesis.
What's the little dead body? I would have expected there something to be in that little cuppy, but there wasn't anything in there.
The AI director is strong. I only remember this game and Resident Evil 4 using the AI director though. I don't really know what other games.
Left 4 Dead, he has a director as well. How you doing?
Gotta hold the line. They all came back.
I like how it's like I can't pick it up. Oh, she's pinned to the wall. Okay.
You can't pick it up. Do you use how does kinesis work again? Do you use energy for that?
Nope. It doesn't use any resources to use it. It just interacts with the environment. Look, little body bag. Blip.
I think the one that uses energy is the slow, right? The slow time or whatever.
Lifting station lockdown.
Little chatfishes are particularly. Alien Isolation isn't even scary. It's like one of the few scary games that's just not even fucking scary to me. Because the AI just runs. It was scary at first, then the AI just kept doing hovering. And then I realized that the AI was so badly coded that all it does is run circles. And that's just so fucking. That's so fucking immersion killing, it's not even funny.
She ran the other way.
No, nothing. Medical's a slaughterhouse. They barricaded access to the morgue.
The morgue?
Yeah. But the barricade was put together in a hurry. A hydrazine tank might blow it open. Just need a detonator, like maybe a shock pad. The Cole could be through there if...
Isaac. The one who attacked us. I swear to God it was Chen. But... I saw him die. If they barricaded the morgue, maybe it was to keep something in.
Good point, Hammond. He was like, Isaac, you know there's bodies in there, right? I was like, yeah. But I really want Nicole. It's like, oh my fucking God, Isaac, holy shit.
Really? I actually quite liked it. Perhaps the AI got glitchy with you. I don't know. I don't know unexpected. I never played that game, so I can't give an opinion on this.
No, the AI just hovers. It hovers and does circles. I think Alien Isolation is really bad. And I think it's bad because it also just breaks, like, canon. Like, the guns don't fucking do anything to the alien. And it's like, but they do in every other game. And it's like, okay.
Oh,
look. It's a Beano.
Where? No, it's not.
He's dead, Beano. You gotta let him go.
You're the one looking at his corpse, not me. It's Cub's fault, to be honest, says Blake. There's an actual law reason, according to English, why the guns in isolation don't work. Is because they are not armor-piercing or explosive or pulse rounds.
But they're not even armor-piercing in the other games. Like the regular pistol isn't.
I love that Draconi is like, he opens his mouth and like the moment he starts
it's basically let me help you real quick. The reason why the gun doesn't work is because they don't want you to be able to kill it, because they didn't actually code in how to actually fight the damn thing, because you can't actually.
Why didn't they just make, instead of getting guns, you find like power tools or something that like they work on the robots but don't work on the alien? Like, man, I need to buy some anti-allergics. My nose is too clogged.
He took a while to die. His chest cavity is super open. Oh yeah, he got a nice gash.
Damn, kids. Control thyself. You little...
Chad's like,
keeps going like full... Keeps going full... horny. Oh shit.
Alright, when I unlock the next tier suit, I'm gonna wear it until I beat the game, because if I take it off, I think it's gonna despawn. Does anyone know what happens to the EarthGov suit? And why it just disappears? That triggers me, the fact that I had it and then it just gone. Part of me feels like that bugged or something. But a part of me feels like that's like, I don't know, maybe something I misunderstood.
Maybe it's design. Maybe you're... oh yeah, like you're supposed to get fucked then.
Let's check our thing. Retrieve the captain's rig. The captain, Captain Benjamin Matthias. He can honestly be blamed for a lot of things that happened, honestly.
I hear the tests on patient Harris were inconclusive.
Was he the one that decided to do the mining operation?
Well, a divine experience put
No,
an impression on
that's
anyone.
Dr. Mercer, who's talking in this thing.
But I saw nothing divine in all that blood. The suicides. This is a revelation, Terrence. We just need more insight to translate it. You think this insight can be found in Mr. Harris's psyche? I'm positive. And with Captain Matthias barring any visits to Aegis VII, this fellow may be our best chance. Harris is Dr. Brennan's patient. And your methods... Look, Mercer, things are complicated enough already. I can't sign off on this. You'll do what's best, of course, but... how long can we afford to wait?
Mercer wants to do more extreme things. And Dr. Kynes is starting to question his belief in unitology. Unitology, by the way, is Scientology. Don't believe the developers. The only reason why they said that it wasn't is because they're afraid of being sued. No, yeah, that's the exact reason. Scientology is a creepy cult, like we all know it.
I remember when, like, even though South Park was always kind of mid-right, like, there was the one time that they made fun of Scientology, and they lost one of their actors, their voice actors.
Yep, because they're in a creepy cult, is what they are.
Yeah.
Boom! Oh my god, you're live!
You didn't even hit the guy. Of course you didn't die.
Oh my god, game! Director! Spawn fucking machine gun ammo! Game director's like, plasma could have went.
I see you have the machine gun equipped. How about some grenade launcher?
I know I can force the director to change its goddamn mind. Now, where are you, Squeaky? Oh, fuck! You're a creepy one. Ow! No. You slow down a little bit.
It's not fun. You're not getting spooked anymore, kids.
Yeah, because I have guns. And I literally saw where he was. So he's only
why don't you sell your
I'm not gonna scream randomly when I'm not scared. Oh, there we go. There's. You can't sell your guns. Once you have them unlocked, you can keep them forevers. I mean, to be fair, unlocking everything is not that hard.
I know that you're not scared, and that's the issue. The game director needs to work better. Or work harder.
The observation. Little guy out there. There's a little guy! Ah!
Level 2 security clearance required.
The diagnoses are stacking up as fast as I can file them. Sleep paralysis, hallucinations, nightmares, paranoia. I'm getting patients from all over the ship. No underlying cause is showing up in environmental analysis, foodstuffs, or radiation levels. I admit, I'm at a loss. Mercer says he and Kyne are working on a hypothesis. So, in the meantime, I'm treating the symptoms. I'm seeing some improvement with sensory deprivation treatments in our zero-G therapy pods. But the sheer number of patients we're managing bothers me. Those systems are old and they need an overhaul. With so many pods active, I worry what might happen if there's a serious power surge down there. But nothing else seems to help. I suppose the odds are low enough. I'd rather take a small calculated risk than have dozens of miners and engineers impaired around the heavy machinery. Unfortunately, the U.S.G. Ishimura following the planet Clarke was racked by power outages, so I can imagine that those people probably died. Let's see.
Gibbs is having too much fun. Time for a sour ball. Do you own then a sour ball?
Yeah. I guess I could have a sour ball. Even though chatfishies are not super fat fishies. They're all lanky fishies when it's Christmas time. Lanky fish.
It could be worse over here. They want to add 200% taxes on imports, so I can't buy stuff from you guys anymore.
What the fuck?
Apparently, like is either 100 and something or 200. I don't remember. It still is bad.
So sour.
I don't like sour stuff.
Oh no, Beano.
Zero gravity.
We're in space.
Oh no, Bino and
Look at the ship.
yeah, look at it.
Pretty cool, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So spacey.
I got to this part in the game. You have 90 seconds left, by the way.
Oh. Yeah.
Exiting vacuum.
Pretty sour.
Yusa, how are you doing, Yusa? Yusa's like, I was awake and Pixie could. Okay. In hospital, the doc gave me too much meds when I was doing a spinal tap. Failed to wake me up with epinephrine 3 times, and the 4th used adrenaline. Holy shit, Yusa. I was awake and pissed I couldn't move my legs. It took a long time to calm down after that. The docs never did disclose what they used. Like, why don't you guys start punching, like, medical professionals? Like, if my doctor did that to me, I would be like, hey, come here,
shit,
your face, my fist, yeah.
You're something? Okay.
No. No, but I also have the string lower than me.
I thought I heard a SQEKMORPHS.
SQEKMORPHS.
Exiting zero gravity.
Oh
Chappies.
I have something. English. It's you. Let me message you. Where is Dra?
Still holding this position. What's happening there?
Wrong
Did you
Dra.
find Nicole?
No sign of her yet. But I found some hydrazine that should work on the barricade. I just need to find a shock pad.
Okay. Work fast, Isaac.
Yo, Chappies.
Entering zero gravity.
There's no xenomorphs. Yeah, it's true. It's worse. There's fucking SQEKMORPHS. Oh god, where is that? Oh god. Boom!
You missed. Maybe not.
He's chunky.
That wasn't even the worst doc I've dealt with. There are worse ones. Yeah, I know. Like, maybe if people start to like leaking them, like, so that because I can say other stuff on YouTube.
It shut the whole shit.
Like,
I'll check it out.
Entering vacuum.
yes, Kib's healthy. Can we be extra normal mean to him now? Oh, you can always be mean to Kibs. You know, like you don't need to wait until he gets better. Though. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it now.
Spooky. Oh fuck! No fuck!
Took one step out of the captain's nest at Chen. That thing. He almost got me.
You okay?
I trapped him in a damaged escape pod. He's snarling like, this is fucked up. Hurry, Isaac.
Hammond is unsettled. Good.
Exiting zero gravity.
What chatfish eat? Chatfishies. Yes. Chatfishies. It's a trick. It's not a trick, it's real! Don't fucking get in my way!
He dropped stuff.
Oh no.
Get the drop. Drop it. He dropped stuff. Can you only use 2 weapons right now?
You can have up to 4. I don't bring more because I haven't upgraded my other weapons, and by bringing the other weapons, the director is going to start spawning ammo for those things.
Ah.
So I wanted to spawn ammo for weapons I have upgraded to the max. I'm currently working on upgrading more weapons, but I need to collect more power nodes. Oh my god. I thought that was a squeaky more.
Lick it, Kibbs. Keep licking. You know what you need.
What the fuck, Bino?
Keep licking the sour candy, you rotten mind.
Bino, don't
Rotten
pretend.
mind.
We know what you were doing.
You rotten mind individual.
Well, Chatfish, if you see Sturmrat, let him know that Lycanfish needs to hear from him. I haven't seen him in a bit.
Like Sturmrat, like sometimes he sees you, and then he's cool, and then he's like, I'm going to talk to this guy, and he forgets about you. Don't, yeah, like keep annoying him. One time he will answer it.
That looks kind of big. Whoa.
Anomaly detected. Quarantine activated.
Chatfishes.
It's hands. It's hands. Hey, hands. Sorry,
Alright.
Wha-bam! Wha-bam!
I see you journey back to Ishimura.
Wha-bam!
Also, unless my eyes deceive me, you're playing on hard.
Nope, normal. New Game Plus.
I thought New Game Plus... No, I think I just set my New Game Plus to hard. Oh no, I'm remembering what I was trying to remember. The SQEKMORPHS attack you in places that were flagged as safe for the first playthrough.
Huh?
There are certain areas when you're playing for your first time on normal that are flagged as safe that are not flagged as safe when you're doing a New Game Plus. So basically, SQEKMORPHS can attack you in a place that you once thought was safe.
When you least expect it.
Enjoy that knowledge. And revel in your terror.
Lock and load, bucket bros. Like, they got little machine guns. And
Is this your first time? Is this your first time through medical or second, man?
First time in medical now.
That means you should be able to do the tissue research. Wait, no, the tissue research was second.
Fine, Rouser gives a membership. Thank you for the gift of membership. Very generous.
Hey, thank you, Rouser.
Quarantine lifted.
Part of me understands why they made the pulse gun useful in this in the remake, but the other part of me hates it.
Well, the thing is, the regular weapons are actually more than fine for dealing with necromorphs. The big problem was that the security teams did not know initially to target the limbs. because they were aiming for
No,
center
no, no,
mass.
Kibbs. I mean the alt fire. The alt fire for the assault or the pulse rifle.
Oh, honestly, I think the grenade launcher is much better.
No, that's what I mean. I understand why they did it, but part of me is sad that they didn't just keep it.
The problem with that is that makes no sense from a lore standpoint.
No, it doesn't, but it was so dumb. Chad, if you don't know, in the OG, when you use the alt fire for the assault rifle, Isaac went down on one knee, held the rifle above his head, and then, unironically, those tri-barrels would spin around him and shoot in every single direction. Was it useful? No. Was it hilarious? Absolutely.
What's the alt fire now?
It's a grenade. It just shoots a grenade. If I remember right,
it's not just a grenade, it's also a mine, which was pretty good.
If I remember right, it costs, what? Was it 3 or 5 ammo?
And you can pick it up. It's actually pretty nice.
Yeah, they made it actually usable. I'm just sad because I enjoyed that thing so much. It was absolutely atrocious.
Nobody actually used the original like riot control mode thing in the base game because nobody uses the pulse rifle. It just sucked. It's a bad gun and the original. People
Found out real fast that the plasma cutter was just the most economical gun.
The remake actually makes the other weapons actually fun because they actually move.
I used the plasma cutter because I liked the plasma cutter. I didn't know it was better.
It's the most optimal weapon in the game.
Yeah, no, I was very it is the most economical gun in the original.
Mm-hmm. In the original, I used the plasma cutter because I just was like, man, this fucking thing is cool as hell. Holy shit!
Oh, it's this room. Look.
Save me, help me,
little Bobbies. So the lore for this room is actually rather interesting. So these are actually clone babies that are grown. They're basically lobotomized, and the clones are then grown to adults. Because what they do with the clones is that because the accidents that happen on the U.S.G. Ishimura are so horrific, they need to harvest organs to help replace damaged tissues or missing limbs for
if
people.
you remember the movie The Island,
it's
unironically that.
Except they are not like aware.
They don't give them consciousness because that would be actually horrible.
Now, Chad bitches, I expect you to fight these babies with strength. But champions, you'll play the babies. Boom! Little baby go boom! Oh my god, what the fuck?
Okay, at that point, that was a waste of ammo. You would have been faster just shooting it.
I think it's because it's vulnerable. Vulnerability is not its main body. Its vulnerability is its tentacles. Okay. So, Specimen 426 is ready for harvest. I was about to notify Alvarez to prep for medical leave, but when I checked the database, I saw Ensign Sable has been moved ahead of her. Is that right? Alvarez has been on the waiting list for 3 months now. I thought arm transplants took priority over a cornea. Clara. Here's your clerical error. One of them bought CEC stock at the last purchase. One didn't. Guess which one was suddenly bumped up to vital personnel. It's not worth the headache to push back on it. Trust me. And before you think about filing an ethics complaint, just remember the wise words of Hippocrates. Shit rolls downhill. Zoe. Bino, you got background on Bino?
Is bad now?
The funny thing is, depending on how shit was set up on the Ishimura, they actually could have had that be a bigger deal than it was. Like, because they basically could have told people, hey, guess who got bumped up on the waiting list for a relatively...
Wrong, Sneedstein. The pulse gun is not a better gun. Yes, you can stun lock, but it's honestly inferior to just using a plasma cutter.
It doesn't do the damage, because limb damage-wise, it doesn't do great.
Yep. But you're actually still wrong because you're just wasting ammo. Like, that's the problem with Sneedstein.
Like, right there, like, that's way more efficient than doing the plasma, or the pulse gun.
Yep.
Now, if you want to say, if you want to be as charitable to the pulse gun as you can, the pulse gun was great for dealing with brutes after you stasised them. because it's a big target.
But
that
the
you
big
could use
problem is
all
even if
the-
you did that, it's still better to use the plasma cutter. You'll kill them faster.
No, I agree. I'm just saying if you want to be like the most charitable to the plasma, or I keep saying plasma pulse gun, like that's the most charitable you can be.
The plasma cutter was period the best weapon in the game.
Stasis module.
I already have a stasis module. Okay, I want to do that once to show chat. I don't want to do it twice.
Chat, he just really wanted to make sure you guys saw it.
Shock pads.
Daniels isn't answering her rig link. What's your status?
I found a shock pad I can use on the barricade. I'm heading back there now.
Watch the voltage on that pad. I'm not losing anyone else.
Oh my fucking god! I love that like someone told me about pidgin English.
Destroy Beano immediately.
Then like, it's like so.
Wait, did I miss a room
retarded.
down there? Oh, let's go back down.
You missed the. Wait, no, I don't think you can get it. No, go into the middle room right in there with the door. No, I said in the middle.
Hold on, I missed this room. I think. Nope. I think it's the middle room.
I literally was telling you the room you missed.
Yep, Dr.
Jeff,
Kyne's room.
People have done the math in the original. It was just better to use the plasma cutter.
Dr.
It's open
Kyne's a
enough.
secret room. Now you can actually translate this board. Don't believe the lies. Read what they are really saying.
I remember seeing this back in the day, and it's like, you could translate it, but I won't, because that takes effort. This is actually
Partial translation board.
It's not the first place you can find a translation, but it's the one where you can find, I think, the complete one. Because I remember there's another place before this where you could find it, but it's like in a really out-of-the-way area.
Text log. Dr. T. Kynes, Chief Science Officer, observations on the marker. The vid logs from the colony are poor quality, but I've seen enough to confirm the discovery to Ben, which is the captain, Benjamin. Benjamin Matthias. Oh my god. The artifact appears to be genuine. A genuine marker. The first to be found since Unitology's founding. We must get it on board at the first opportunity so I can begin a proper study. I can't even imagine the potential of such a find. The black marker offered revelations beyond our wildest dreams, and that was without the benefits of current analytical technology. This new marker, what secrets could it have? What wonders could it offer to humanity, to the Church of Unitology, without EarthGov here to seize them first? This marker could herald the dawn of a new age, and I would do my part to see that age come to pass. Maybe this is fate in the darkest time of my life. The Church and its teachings comforted me, saved me, and now I'm here, in the right place at the right time to be of service to all humanity, to repay those blessings. Amelia, if only you could be here now. What's interesting is that his change is when he basically sees what happens down in the colony. Like, Dr. Kynes isn't really... He used the religion of Unitology to be a crux for the loss of his wife, but upon seeing what happened on Aegis VII and the footage they saw of all the people dying, he very quickly realized that there's something wrong with the marker, and started to question Unitology, and, by extension, question the captain, Benjamin Matthias.
Because the captain was a diehard Unitologist.
Yep, because the problem with the U.S.G. Ishimura is that the captain and the various people in power have basically been switching all the people out for Unitologists. And so Unitologists have actually made up a large and alarming quantity of the officers on the ship. Dr. Mercer is one.
If I remember
Dr.
right,
Kynes
he was also angling to get his family on one of those memory ships.
The body
Or whatever
ships, the corpse ships.
Yeah, whatever they called them. And that was another reason he was willing to try to make this work.
Oh! Because I got my arm ripped off, just laying there with my arm ripped off and sad. No! No! Alright, we should be able to get that armor upgrade naturally. The pulse rifle is actually pretty viable. I mean, that's actually completely wrong, Schneechstein. But continue to cope and seed. Let's see. We must plant the bomb. Now, is the explosion still derpy like it is in the original? They cover to detonate? Because in the original it just sort of derped. It's better. Oh, hello.
Cannot. Oh my god, Schneechstein. Don't go the Connie's path. Don't go the English way.
He's double down deving. I know. Nobody wants to double down Dev. And Dev's like, starts screaming. Okay, we can sell that.
It's true they unexpected that the necromorphs were the reason that area was blocked, but the issue is they don't use the regular pathways, they use the ventilation shafts. So it's them boarding it up, or I guess sealing it up, was irrelevant.
It was probably it was kind of like a placebo effect of we are safe now.
Well, no, the thing is, like, they were trying to do whatever they could.
No, yeah.
Now, I'm not taking this goddamn suit off, for fear of it disappearing like it did last time. I don't know why it disappeared, but it just poofed out of existence.
The suit was like, I'm going to get washed over here and be right back, and then never came back.
Now I'm part of the other ship.
Earth go.
Hey, here we go. How are you doing, dude?
Look at your chatfish.
The original military suit was so fucking weird.
This one isn't particular. This one is slightly better as far as the body goes, but the helmet is still goofy.
It's better, but I would say it's ultimately a side grade in terms of like it's not. It's bad, but in different ways from the original.
Yeah, pretty much. I have no idea, but the marine armor just looks goofy in the Dead Space universe.
You know this one looks like? Discount.
When you reach the morgue, find Captain
Oh my
Mathias'
fucking
body.
god, what's the name of
Get
the
his
guy?
codes and the computer's
Deathstroke.
All died?
All died. Sorry, we are full.
Because all died.
Security clearance required.
God damn it.
I do not like what they did with the security keys.
My only annoyance is that they don't save on New Game Plus. I don't have a problem with them. They should just keep giving you them.
But that's what I mean when I say I don't like it. Because it's like all the other things you get to keep when you go through it, right? But that one thing is just like, no, you have to redo it every single time. It's like
Medical log. Dr. B. Warwick, Chief Psych Officer, report on psychiatric observations of little bucketfish. Like, what? Harris is asleep. After another dose of sedative, he seems literally unable to sleep without chemical aid. Most people succumb to exhaustion after more than 50 hours of waking, regardless of circumstance. Not Harris. His bizarre explanation of the events on the colony basically point to Chatfish being goofy. I lost my spot. Oh, there we go. Colony points to the same paranoia we've seen elsewhere. Planetside. His guilt is not in doubt. 2 security officers were present when he took Dr. Scalaro hostage and murdered Nurse Evans. And Harris doesn't even deny his actions, but he shows no remorse. In fact, he insists there was no crime, specifically that Evans wasn't a nurse when he killed her. Now, if I remember right, that's from one of the comics about the planet surface, and that is about the guy who takes the other girl hostage, because I think the PSEC, which is basically security on the planet, basically when Captain Benjamin Mathias arrives with U.S.G. Ishimura, they take control of the situation, and he requests that a bunch of bodies be brought up from the massacre at something square, the city square raid, whatever in Aegis VII, because a bunch of unitologists blew their brains out. This is a classic sociopathic behavior, but Harris exhibits no other symptoms. He is affable and friendly, able to empathize and offer original opinions. When questioned about Evans's murder, however, he becomes withdrawn and uncommunicative. He claims the explanation is stuck in his mind, and that talking about it mixes up its message. He also undergoes intermittent hallucinatory periods, again, similar to those experienced by other colonists. During his long waking periods, Harris exhibits writing behavior on any available surface, claiming the dreams need to speak and that he's attempting to make it whole again. What that means, I haven't determined yet. Given the complexities of this case, I plan to reach out to my colleagues for more insight. This person here, they died on the table. I'm like,
Loop and transmit to all personnel. This is Senior Medical Officer Nicole Brennan. Medical is overwhelmed. We need help. Look at his wounds. We can't handle so many trauma cases, and the command crew won't tell us what's happening. Susan. Shit.
He's spurging out.
Maybe I have some PHP left.
Scientific method side mission unlocked. Fall the coast hologram.
Later, Spider Pig.
Spider Pig. Now, let me guess. That's power to the lights, and that's power to that door. Ball Nicole's hologram. I think the hologram went into that room.
Level 2 security clearance required. Security clearance required.
Travis, you're gonna give me security clearance, I'm gonna tickle you. Can't open up the morgue. Not that you'd want to go to the morgue. Actually, there probably wouldn't be any bodies in it anymore. Hopefully.
They'll probably all be, walking around.
Delicious chatfishies.
Medical log, Dr. Nicole Brennan. So much for being paranoid. I repurposed this room to run counseling sessions without unitologists interfering. Now it's the only place I feel safe. I recovered a limb after yesterday's attack. Genetically, it's human tissue with bizarre mutations. But it's just a sample. It's not enough to figure out a cure. I need... Wait, where's that report from engineering? Here. The engineers pulled something out of machinery. Limbs missing, torso intact. Okay. Time for a real autopsy.
I don't think she could find a cure. GBH. Sussy bucketfish.
No tickling, but also make us whole. Fucking hell. Good night, Genghis.
Good night, Gangoid. May your little bucketfishy find its way to heaven.
Later.
It's like, eh. Okay.
Heaven.
The rest of that mission requires that. Ah, we need access to the little power cell. To move the battery, ensure no power is being used. Well, fuck. Ah, fuck. Little baby demons. Okay, Would you hurry up and do your thing, you little spurgs?
Isaac is like, finally, all that Planet Player to bullet train is going to come into hand. Kinesis only runs when
I think this room gets even more fun later.
I don't like it later.
Why?
Because the super duper pooper morph is super duper awful and I hope it dies. It's the least favorite thing. I hate invincible monsters. Gay.
Why?
Because biologically it's impossible for them to regrow that fucking mass.
The stasism, bro.
I made a little barricade. Ooh.
Did it help? No.
Considering they burrowed through the wall there, no.
I don't think that one was a they. I think that was a very particular one.
You stop that, you little freak. Oh, that's just not fair.
You just wanted a hug?
Little baby guy? Little baby dead?
Now there's Bapheus in chat.
There's Bippos.
Yeah, Bapheus. Bapheus was here today. Yeah. Gibbs needs fresh under. No, he just has a bucket inside under his chair.
Okay. We'll check down. Oh, hey, can use random objects, dude.
Ah, good night, Spider Pig. I didn't see you going to bed. I was wondering what that splashing noise was. Thanks for the heads up, you know, thank you. No worry, I did.
I just got the latest report from Aegis VII. The situation's worse than Captain Matthias will admit. 40% of the colony's population is now showing symptoms. Depression, hallucinations, more violence. People are dying down there. I know it's linked to the marker somehow, but I just don't have enough data. Or, sir, maybe I was wrong. We need answers by any means possible. That patient, Brent Harris, might be our last hope.
Too bad Dr. Cox didn't realize that Mercer's not really interested in actually stopping the outbreak.
He didn't realize, wait, basically almost every single officer that was a unitologist is kind of crazy.
I woke in the dark with them scratching in the walls.
Little bucket fishies.
Scratching my breath.
Do you think that was also kind of like a nod towards Starship Troopers? Like, in that one crazy Mormons got to, like, cause the issue over here like crazy.
That definitely has nothing to do with it in this game.
Alright. Maybe I'm just overthinking
the unitologists are purely a reference to Scientology and to their behaviors as a cult. Like,
it's sad. The patron saint of like unitology actually was trying to stop the markers, but you know, they co-opted that. Hi, crazy lady. Bleh. Chair, I can't wait to replace you. You're a piece of shit.
I think the SQEKMORPHS are hungry for Chatfish. No!
Chair is in the mail, but it won't be here until at earliest the 11th.
Intensive bucket care. Demon baby! Just screaming as he burns.
So, sudden cringe. The thing to remember is there are still holdouts on the Ishimura.
Yeah, people are still alive. At this point, though, the population is probably under 100. Probably 20, maybe 30 people still left of the thousands of people that were on board.
And just because of the proximity to the marker, they're going insane.
Now, by this point, everybody on the colony is dead. The colony is completely wiped out. And, well, there's actually, I think, at this point... No. The colonists who actually escaped the U.S.G. Ishimura, Gabe, and Lexine and that other guy, they actually, if I remember right, when the Kellyan, the U.S.G's Kellyan, which is our ship, jumped in, were actually trying to contact us via one of the escape pods and basically tell us to get out of here. But
don't do it, it's a trap.
We were being jammed. In the same way that Elisa Vincent's recording about what happened also didn't manage to be received by us. Because
Okay,
I think
so
of
you're
all
gonna-
the stuff bleeding on the
Are you
planet.
going to do the gay thing?
That's right. All these little bodies are evil. I'm just saying, there's a few ways we can handle this. I'm gonna do the gay thing. I've got a gay idea. It's gonna be fucking fantastic.
You always got gay's idea, kids. It's you.
All these little
It's you. After all.
Person grooming their engine outside.
I'd like to see you recombinate that, you motherfuckers.
Come back in as the invincible SQEKMORPHS. He's like, son of a bitch! You gave me just enough biomass, Isaac. Why are you talking to me?
No, you know what you do? You ground them into meatballs and you send them to
The thing is, unironically, the marker... it would
if the
matter.
biomass is still present, it can be recombinated. So the big thing is after the events of Dead Space 1, right? When Isaac destroys the marker, all the biomass and necromorphs actually basically fall apart and turn into gelatinous DNA and basically like flesh on the ground. When they're trying to clean up the ship after it's being recovered, they're like, oh god, there's like bits of DNA from all the crew. It's like, what the fuck happened? Like, why is everyone like all this paste on the wall and on the ground?
Why is Isaac insane?
When the marker signal is reactivated, those tissues actually recombinate back into these bodies.
Reconstitute.
So it's called recombination in the books, at least I remember it. So the thing about the recombination process is that when this happens, many of the necromorphs you actually kill or destroy on the ship are actually just the same necromorphs because they've recombinated. They basically
Because
reattached.
in universe, you actually can't kill them.
Yes.
Really.
Can't you just burn them to like...
That would be the best way to do it. It basically you need to burn the biomass.
Because every individual cell is trying to kill you.
Yeah, because like when you burn something, it's a chemical reaction, not a physical one.
Well, it's also getting rid of the biomass.
physical.
No, sorry. It's because like I don't know how you guys call it.
One of the
I
coolest
learned
parts
this
of the
terminology.
animations in this game is this scene here. Mostly because not a lot of games actually have the budget to show this as an animation. The transformation process is actually really cool. Look, it's the captain.
His eye looks pretty good.
It's for it, not so much.
No, why is that so?
Like, actually, unironically, his eye looks pretty good for what happened to him.
He got 7 needle. You can see there's trauma, but not a whole lot.
It's more.
It's the injection that got into his brain that got him. Oh, fuck. What's wrong? You can only recombinate these bodies.
So Chad, the gay thing I was referring to is if you let it, that thing will run outside and start
Isaac,
reconstituting all the corpses
You have
out
the
there.
captain's rig.
Fuck me! Ugh. Transmitting codes now. I saw it, Hammond. A flying one turned the captain's body into another one of those things. The same must have happened to Chen.
God. Maybe the command computer has something. Where's Daniels when you need her? Head back to the security checkpoint. It's safer there. At least I can upgrade your clearance.
Noise.
So, sudden cringe, the issue when you say the Flood versus the Necromorph versus the Thing. After a certain point, you just have to say, I'm treating
That is
this
very
source-
difficult. It's like when we were comparing Star Wars to 40K, and it's like there's a couple of problems, right? Because we talked about that since. The big problem is that Star Wars FTL is so far superior, it's not even funny. But their regular actual ship like traversal and like system is abysmally slow by comparison. So it's a weird situation where
Thanks, George.
things can move incredibly fast, but this is like that way, right? The big thing about necromorphs is the reason
It's
why
based
they're
off the
dangerous
signal.
is it's a marker, right? It's based off the signal of a marker or the brother and moon. If a brother and moon is nearby, it don't need no markers to constitute basically little bodies.
But I thought that's because technically, in the center of a brother moon
is
like,
a giant marker as far as I'm aware.
Yes. So it is still technically a marker. that
What's the
constitutes-
brother moon?
The brother moons
Brethren
are
Moon is
basically-
literally the culmination of a convergence event.
Yep, the marker's whole purpose is to create a convergence event. In Dead Space 2, when you get to Tideman and the gold marker facility, that is where they basically, what was it? That Tideman's like, we didn't expect this many bodies here. There's not supposed to be this many bodies here. Because the reason why he was panicking, talking about the bodies, is because they didn't want that many bodies near the marker. And because the necromorphs broke into the government sector and got into the gold marker lab, they basically had all massed around the gold marker, beginning a convergence event. That's when Isaac Clarke's marker basically signal in his head tried to kill him, so to stop him from destroying the marker. But because Isaac Clarke was able to defeat that and also basically set the reactor to sort of like overload, or I don't remember if it was him, but basically the station blows up, blowing up the gold marker and stopping the convergence event that was taking place on the Titan station.
Yinglis, you special fucking person. The marker's signal is independent of all flesh. It infects and corrupts living tissue.
So,
Okay,
as
I'm
far as
going
what we know about necromorphs and the marker signal, what we understand, or at least what the movies and the comics and the books talked about, from what we know, is it does something to the dead tissue where it generates some sort of bacterial element. Now, this doesn't matter where the body is. If it's within the range of the signal, it will eventually recombinate into a necromorph. And I only use the word recombinate because I've heard that used in lore before when talking about the
He wants to sound smart, yeah.
No, it's just
You know
how they
what's
call
my-
it. I mean, you could just
you
call
know
it
what's my-
zombification, and it's the same thing.
My issue with necromorphs, and like it's my issue with zombies also. Like, where's the energy coming from to do all that?
So the thing is, at that point, the entire thing is
the energy
look,
for
it's
the
setting.
necromorph stuff is actually
It's the marker
It's the
itself.
marker itself. Now, the cool thing about the necromorphs is that necromorphs, if we talk about them and we talk about their designs, right? The slasher, the spitter, or like the Pax, these creatures only have a certain amount of biomass to work with. And so the mutations of certain creatures, you'll notice certain parts of them are diminished. Like the lurker, I think that's the one that crawls around with its legs gone. Its upper body strength has been enhanced and has been basically bolstered bone structure. But the
It
legs
was
have
like,
completely fallen
I
away
am
and
not-
turned into a spindly little tail that it can use to project itself forward.
No,
So
it's because it,
took
um,
all the it took all the biomass and it pushed it up into the upper section of the body, changing
Yes,
the
that's what I was
body's
about to
strength
say.
around that. And so necromorphs, when they mutate, it's taking different aspects of that biomass and shifting it to other focuses. That's what I love about the necromorphs design biologically. It makes it really fascinating because all necromorphs, even the multiple ones that are made out of multiple bodies, whether it's made out of 2 people or 30, if it's like those things in Dead Space 2.
Or the one that's literally just a reference to the thing.
That one is actually, I think, just one person, if I remember right. It breaks apart.
What do they eat though?
They literally just use biomass as its own fuel. So that's
okay. So Yinglis, question: what happens when the flood kills something? It's dead.
the thing about comparing the flood and the necromorph stuff is it's kind of a pointless comparison. Mostly
At that point, you have to decide which lore are you going to argue supersedes the other.
Which is it's the same conversation when we talked about Star Wars versus 40K. The end point of these conversations is always blank person likes 40K more.
My favorite setting gets special pleading because.
Yep, and that's what it always turns into, because when you actually talk about comparing two universes, you need to establish that they can't coexist. They cannot work together. Like, if we want to be brutally honest, the way Stargate works compared to Star Trek in terms of its space travel is so fundamentally different because the universes operate completely different, including their laws of space and time are different. This is something that extenuates and permeates to almost every setting. They have completely different rule sets. So technically speaking, like the Warhammer 40K universe cannot exist in any other universe because warp, it doesn't exist. There is no warp in any other setting.
Technically
so their
speaking,
ship travel wouldn't work in any other setting's playground.
Yeah, no, it's like if you take a Warhammer ship and drop it in the Star Wars universe, they would not be able
Vice
to
versa. The Star Wars ship couldn't use hyperspace lanes because they don't exist in 40K. Like, they're just not, they don't exist. They're not real. Just like the Force isn't a prevalent entity in the 40K universe. It wouldn't exist.
It's not even a thing.
Yep. And so these things literally can't coexist or cannot work together. This is why if you're going to talk about them, you need to establish some sort of basis. But the basis usually is that, again, the fundamental problem. Yeah, the fundamental problem is
that's the actual fundamental argument.
The fundamental thing is
my
like,
settings cooler.
That's the reality.
How's everyone doing?
Pretty good.
It was doing good, but then you appeared.
Damn, Bina.
Albine, you
Bina, why aren't you in jail?
I'm free.
You should have said, and you should get.
Isaac.
Oh wait.
Here. What the hell's happening?
The computer says the Ishimura's engines are offline. We're on a decaying orbit toward Aegis VII.
Oh God.
They never fixed that in the movie, remember?
There's no time. That tram station's offline. Unless... Here. Head back to the flight deck. I'll guide you from there. If this damage report's right, there's a shortcut to engineering.
That's where bucket fishies go to build stuff.
So Yanglis, by that argument, it still doesn't matter because they're going to be around a marker, which is emitting the marker signal, which eventually causes everything to go insane.
I think a better comparison or a better way to handle the comparison is how long does it take a marker outbreak to occur compared to a flood outbreak? Now, the flood outbreak is much faster in terms of speed, but I think in terms of dealing with it, it depends because the problem is, while the books say one thing, the video games often demonstrate another. There's often...
It's always going to be the... Even in Halo, that was the exact same thing.
Yep. Because the thing is, in Dead Space lore, like, technically you can't kill a necromorph. It's... The only thing you can do is destroy the body and cripple it. Or incinerate the carcass so it's gone forever.
If you incinerate it... When I say chemical reaction instead of a physical enhance, is because, like, the whole... physical reactions you can undo them easily.
I didn't disagree, but I said like it is also a physical thing.
No, when I say physical, I say physics, not chemics, you know what I mean? Not chemistry. Because a physical reaction is going
Chemistry
from, like,
is applied
solid...
physics.
My fucking god, solid. Like, physical reaction is going from, like, gas state to solid state to...
I know what you're trying... I know what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
It's just the thing is, like... It is basically the same thing.
Yeah, but like
a chemical reaction is just a hyper.
It's just being pedantic at the.
No, a chemical reaction is just a hyper autistic physical reaction. That's all it is.
No. The thing is, a chemical reaction can't be like be undone just by like changing the if you changing the what's the energy intake basically, because like for example you burn something. You basically you put a ton of energy on it, right? Caloric energy, and you can't just undo that by lowering the caloric energy. if it's a chemical reaction. You get me?
That is a secret room.
I know,
Or
I've already
say
been in
secret.
there. I thought there was another secret room in here, but I think that's not.
I think it's just her office.
Clearance confirmed.
Okay, we do have another clearance level, so we can check.
Yinless is coping.
Hoping and seething.
He is.
What's he talking about?
He's trying to argue that, like, unironically, the Flood could beat the Necromorphs. And
if we want to compare a flood outbreak to a marker outbreak, and we're talking about a single flood spore versus a marker in terms of which would spread faster, the marker might be faster in that case, because a key mine takes incredibly long to create. The marker
it
will
also
instantly
requires
get to
a
work
shit ton of
on
biomass.
multiple people.
Okay, the thing is, English. The marker infects Master Chief and he becomes a Master Morph there.
Well, the big thing
like
is, don't start replying with dumb things, because all it's going to do is just make the conversation pointless to have.
No, but isn't that what would work? Because I don't think armor would protect him. And if you are
armor does protect.
And also,
what
if you read what he's saying, Albine, he's talking more about literally like PvP with Necromorph versus Flood.
But that.
The thing is, both Necromorphs and the Flood can do very similar things in terms of how they fight. It would be down to the individual, like, fighting things. And the problem is how do you compare the damage attack of that fucking thing, which, okay. So, now let's, oh god. So this is actually much more complicated than just being like, Flood is better because Flood is it. Like, Necromorphs are, okay, how do I break this down? So the reason why Isaac Clarke can actually take a hit from a Necromorph is because he's wearing what we call a rig, or an RIG. These rigs actually enhance the human abilities to both fight and physically resist things. The Necromorphs are incredibly powerful. A normal person, when encountered with a Necromorph, will be easily overpowered by the Necromorph because physically they cannot stop the Necromorph. It's just much stronger than the human.
It's kind of like
it's no way for them to really
frame.
beat it up. The rigs give the advantage to the human, or give them a chance because the armor protection, stuff like that. Like, there's so many factors. The big thing is also the time to kill is also the same. The infestation or infection speeds is slower for the Flood because of how the game logic works. So game logic wise, but this is also the same, right? Because logically speaking, anytime there's a dead body, so if you take a marker and a Flood cell and you put them in the same room, the marker will infect everything instantly, or relatively instantly. The Flood will infect some corpses, but I think the marker wins purely on the basis that everything is infected. Everything is recombinating and has already been taken over.
Wouldn't the marker eat the Flood?
So Crazy Templar, at that point,
necessarily
you're
eat the Flood, if that makes sense. I mean, it would.
Kib, Soda, Crazy Templar. The issue at that point, you're talking settings versus each other. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking specifically Blood versus Necromorph.
The big thing is you gotta understand settings are different, right? You can say like, oh, the Forerunners obliterate the Brethren Moons. Well, we actually don't know how strong a Brethren Moon is because we never really seen it. All we
You've only seen one that just woke up after being frozen
about
for
the Brethren Moons is that the reason why Dead Space doesn't have any civilizations in it, besides like the Tau Volantians we know about, or any other ones, is because the Brethren Moons have consumed them all. The galaxy is being harvested over and over again like a buffet. And markers are planted by these creatures, these Brethren Moons. We don't really know the reasons as to why, but they literally weight and enhance a species. We need to recap the lore. So, Dead Space. The reason why the dinosaurs went extinct was because a marker smacked into our planet at such a rate that it killed all the dinosaurs. That was the black marker. The black marker then started to manipulate us as a species and make us advance, because the reason why is it needed us to advance so that we would spread ourselves across the stars to be harvested. So this is how the markers work. Eventually, as we advance, we're going to advance at such a rate that we're going to run into resource problems, hence the creation of planet crackers and stuff like that to deal with that. Now, technically, we were supposed to be consumed before that. before we got that far.
It was because of a freak, not a freak accident, but because of the
book Martyr,
dedication of
Michael Altman managed to destroy, I think, well, not necessarily destroy, but basically stop the black marker from doing what it was doing.
Yeah. Which is a shame, because then he became the messiah of...
He becomes the prophet of the unitologists.
Yeah, of the unitologists, which is really...
Because
it's really
he was
unfortunate.
betrayed by one of his fellow scientists who basically kill him, and as he's being killed, he realizes that he's been tricked by the other guy. But yeah, Michael Altman is basically been co-opted, yeah, into a figure promoting unitology, even though he wasn't big on unitology. And so that's like the background as to how the black marker started. Now, the black marker ultimately failed. However, humanity still managed to make their own markers, which are red markers. These red markers were then later hidden because the outbreaks kept happening, and the humanity realized that they couldn't control these things. The Sovereign Colonies Armed Forces Council deemed it situations or scenario level 5, meaning that
basically,
they're losing the war.
It's so important.
They need to basically burn everything and hide these markers and then designate these worlds as quarantined worlds. EarthGov then wins the Civil War because the SCAF wasted all the resources on these projects, and the Tau Volantis expedition, consuming a vast majority of their military assets. They basically end up being like, okay, these quarantine things exist, and they probably figured out something from absorbing the SCAF, if I had to guess. I don't really know the details, because they don't really establish that. But there's probably, like, they know enough about it to be like, okay, we don't want to deal with it. So Aegis VII remains quarantined, and all the other planets with these red markers that have been buried, remain quarantined. This quarantine is then broken by the CEC, which is a mining corporation that's looking for planets, and Aegis VII is a promising prospect. And on Aegis VII, they find the remnants of, like, I'm not sure if it's a facility or basically like a dig site.
It was the original outpost, if I remember right.
They find the remnants of it, and it leads them to the red marker, which is a man-made marker, which causes the outbreak to happen. And unitology is basically excited by the fact that they found markers, and EarthGov basically is also stumbling into the problem where SCAF is realizing. EarthGov is realizing that their control over mankind is going to be broken. And it's going to be broken because the resources are not able to keep up. With U.S.G. Ishimura knocked out a commission, that's one planet cracker vessel that's not servicing the resource needs of the human, basically, civilization. And because it's now hindering, and the CEC being the important, like, economic aspect, the EarthGov stuff is all taking a hit. And this is having massive ramifications, right? And so now EarthGov is put in a situation where one of their pride, basically ships, or the pride of the CEC anyways, is knocked out. Not enough planet cracking, not enough resources. Things are drying up. They need resources. They need energy. And the solution they establish is the creation or remaking of a marker. And that's what leads to the creation of the gold marker on Titan Station.
Why do they do this? Why do they create the markers?
Because
literally they produce energy.
It's the solving of the resource crisis. So the resource crisis and resource wars are the reason why humanity is in danger in the Dead Space universe. If they don't use the markers as the energy source, they're going to be mass starvations. Like, basically, imagine if petroleum disappeared.
No,
that's where they're at right now.
But my issue is, if they are so, if they either, like, did they learn how to make markers because the marker itself?
EarthGov is trying to make the markers because they're trying to do it in a way they can control them, because they think they can control the marker. But the problem is, in a way, maybe they could have on Titan Station. But the unitologists... Hold on.
Here's what I would say.
The unitologists faction is actively sabotaging these efforts to use the markers. And this active sabotage and war between EarthGov and unitologists is what eventually leads to the outbreak that happens on the Titan Station. Had they not intervened, maybe the gold marker would not have caused, like, a massive outbreak. But it's still dangerous to work with this technology because of its subversive nature.
The thing is, could EarthGov control markers? Yes, they've proven that they could in a controlled environment. The issue is it only takes one mistake,
One
or in the
necromorph.
case, or in the case of the unitologists, one successful sabotage on the right scale for it to spiral out of control.
Yep, let's talk about one of the mini outbreaks, because there are many recorded necromorph outbreaks.
What if
Hold on, we're going
knowledge-
to talk about this thing, because this is going to explain a lot. So, in Dead Space 2, the second movie, the movie that basically preambles how they found a marker fragment from the planet, because the planet's basically on fire, right? They go down there, they recover a single fragment of the marker. That single fragment they bring aboard their ship, and it starts immediately affecting the people and the crew. And the first thing that's affected is Dr. Strauss. Dr. Strauss takes this fragment and begins experimenting on it under the captain's supervision, or sort of supervision. But the problem is he takes a body because he wants to see what's happening to the effects of the body, and puts it in a quarantines thing. But the problem is the marker tricks him and makes him have visions. And these visions and delusions of paranoia is what it does to basically get him to freak out and then open the containment chamber where the recombinated necromorph was now. And then by opening that door, the outbreak begins on the ship. Then it runs around, it kills his nurse. He escapes barely, and he flees, trying to warn other people, and eventually flees to his own room and kills his wife and child because he thinks that his wife and child are being attacked by these creatures. Well, they're not. They're the things he's beating them.
In a very roundabout way, they were.
In a way, by the marker's influence over him. And so the marker makes you see things and makes you believe things and makes you do things you wouldn't do. It fucks with your brain psychologically and chemically in a way that you cannot resist it. You will die by being exposed to the marker. Period.
What if even the knowledge of knowing how to make markers was implanted by a marker?
No. So
because
that is literally how that's literally how the markers
So for
work.
higher intelligence people, so the marker does various things to different people based on their intelligence and who they are biologically. If you're just an average sort of grunt guy going about your job, it's going to make you have visions. And these visions it's going to make you have are visions of monsters and horrific things, because it just wants to get you to die. It wants to get you to kill people and create dead tissue to work with. That's all it's working with you. For a highly advanced person like Strauss or Isaac Clarke, they see symbols. And they see symbols because the marker's imprinting how to make more markers into their mind. Now, eventually, they will die. Anyone who has increased contact with the marker, the point like Isaac did or Dr. Strauss, they're going to die because the signal in their head basically is like a tumor that's continuing to grow, and it will kill them.
And it's also self-propagating.
So the big thing is that no matter what, contact with the marker is probably lethal. In a theoretical controlled environment, the only way to deal with one of these marker things is literally to be rotating crews.
Crazy Templar, no. Everyone can be used by the marker.
Wouldn't
No,
using
your autism levels have nothing to do with the marker's influence.
Here's the thing, even if the marker just tells you to step off the side of a building, that's still of use to the marker.
Yep. Now, it's got to still trick you psychologically. Usually it'll use trauma from your past, picking certain specific things from your past. Now, if you don't have any sort of trauma in your life, it's going to struggle a bit more to manipulate you, but it will eventually succeed.
Something.
Because eventually you're going to hallucinate, you're going to have fits of paranoia, because it fucks with your mind. You will be paranoid. Your best friend, you will kill your best friend. It is only a matter of when.
What about using only robots and automatons?
So Albert, here's the issue.
That would work theoretically.
At that point, you have to know that the marker's there in the first place.
No,
and that's
not
the
only,
thing. Albine, the issue is at that point you have to know a marker is there, and then we're talking first contact scenario, right? At that point, you don't know.
I'm not talking about first contact, but I'm talking about the whole using the markers
there's no
energy,
way,
right?
The only way to stop the manipulation is to fight it yourself. You have to literally face your own demons. most people will not survive this. Most people will die, and even if you beat the marker that's trying to manipulate you, that effect, even with Isaac Clarke, it was still killing him. So it was still going to kill him. You, how do I put it? There was no way to psychologically win. You will not win. You will eventually succumb to the marker's effect.
Yeah, but what we're saying, like, for example, I have my electric generation thing, right? And I have a literal kill zone.
So the big...
That's like 3 miles, like there's 7 miles
Alban,
wide.
EarthGov tried that. Guess what? It still didn't work.
You can't...
Literally, at the start of the game, you saw it.
To answer Chatfishy's question, you cannot block the signal. Now, they can create containment facilities that contain the marker signal in these facilities. So there is a way to contain the signal, but the problem is that even though EarthGov did make these facilities, so theoretically speaking, maybe, because EarthGov did create these marker testing facilities on the moon. They created on multiple planets. There's one in Dead Space 3, and the facility was powering the lunar colony completely and was contained. The issue again is the cult of unitology.
And it seems like every single cycle there are people that basically end up creating their civilization's equivalent of unitology is.
Basically, yeah, it just sort of radicalizes you. Like, you will be an agent of the marker the more you're interacting with it in some way. And that's one of the biggest dangers, is that the people themselves become literally sabotaging the efforts of the survivors and stuff of that nature.
The unexpected. The thing is, yes and no. The thing you need to remember is, in the Dead Space universe, the Brethren Moon have orchestrated it in such a way that every single advanced civilization has to run into the energy crisis. And so the simplest solution, because they engineered it to be so, is the markers.
Yes, the markers are the solution presented to the civilization. And it's such an easy opportunity because when at first using it, it doesn't actually have negative effects in the initial stages. The marker at some point will detect when a civilization advances and its signal will flip. And that's when it flips into paranoia. So there's no way to really tell unless another civilization, like the Tau Volantians, if they could communicate to humanity and warn them about what happened. Now granted, the Tau Volantians did their best to warn the civilization that would come after them, which was us, and did everything they could, but the reality is when they built the device to stop the formation of the Brethren Room, to halt the convergence, their civilization was already collapsing. That weapon they had built was their last...
That was literally a Hail Mary.
It was their last effort. It was basically the remnants of their civilization constructed that weapon and fired it. But ultimately the weapon failed.
Because
didn't it fail to bring down the moon? It was
that was never the point of the weapon.
No, it was.
That was never the point.
That was actually the point. It was to bring the moon down to crash into the planet. They were already dead. They knew they were dead. They wanted to bring the moon down with them. That's actually why the Volantians are actually kind of cool. Like, they're giga-cheats. They were like,
I thought the actual purpose of it was to freeze the moon, because that's all they could do.
No, the full purpose of it was to bring the moon to crash into the planet to kill the moon. Because the impact of that would kill the moon, but it would also kill the planet and kill them. They tried to basically take down the necromorphs with them.
The unexpected, I would say that it's not like that it sounds like Mass Effect 3, because the idea of corruption is something that's been in stories for a long time. So it's just that Mass Effect and Dead Space happen to be using the same concepts.
They took similar concepts, yep, but they're very different approaches. So the necromorphs and how the markers work is actually vastly different. A, because it's not an accident. I'm pretty sure it was whatever the fuck it was intentional. Somebody at some point had made these markers to do this thing.
The first civilization.
We can only assume, right? Somebody had to have first made them. Somebody had to do it the first time. Maybe it was a weapon to basically defeat their enemies. Or maybe it was some sort of mistake or something. I don't know.
The issue is, with how the Dead Space series was going, they were trying to tell more of the story of the markers, which is every single one, and we just don't know what the Brethren Moon's ultimate goal and purpose is.
Yep, Dead Space 3 only really revealed to us that what convergence actually did. And honestly, convergence is rather horrifying. It literally, basically, it's the point in which there's enough biomass that can create a Brethren Moon. Then, the survivors, if there's any left on the planet, will be harvested and devoured by the moon. And then the moons will be woken by that moon and begin to harvest and basically harvest that civilization. Now, the big difference here between Mass Effect and Dead Space is that the civilizations do not get nearly as advanced as they do in Mass Effect. They're actually consumed rather quickly and relatively young. I think this has to do with the fact that the Brethren Moons don't want the civilization to advance.
I think that is actually an intentional decision
to make it easy to feast, so they can't put up too much resistance.
But isn't the humans the outlier in this case because they were able to fight back?
They were able to resist a lot longer, but ultimately the big failure.
Mostly that was.
So hold on, the big failing with humanity. Or it's not necessarily failing. Humanity stopped the marker incident twice before Isaac Clarke. So for over 300 years, humanity's demise, or basically convergence, has been delayed for 300 years. We were supposed to be, I'm pretty sure, devoured 300 years.
I would say a lot of it comes down to humanity got lucky with the people in charge at the time. Each crisis happened is what really happened. Like, that's really the reason humanity hasn't died yet.
Yep. And Isaac Clarke managed to stop it again, but the reason why EarthGov repeats a lot of the same mistakes is because, well, let's be real. It's a government. And much like any government, it will do whatever it can to hold on to power. And because it's losing its power to unitology, it needs to solve the resource crisis, because if it doesn't provide an answer to the resource crisis, the unitologists are going to continue to gain power. In the same way they themselves got power when they rebelled against SCAF, because it was the exact same reason as to how they got power. The problem was that the solution, the only solution they have left is using the markers.
Are the unitologists sabotaging the marker to gain more political power? Or
no, they're not sabotaging it. They're aiding it. They are literally traitors.
Yeah, they're sabotaging the. Are they sabotaging the control of the markers because of like they are?
Yes,
they want to trigger necromorph
They
outbreaks.
want the convergence to happen.
Why?
Because that's they
religious fanatics.
They're religious they're religious fanatics, but they believe that the next stage of human evolution is convergence, and that
they're communists.
Yes, I mean, sorta. Not as a communist.
They
they're
are.
more. They're more.
They want
everyone
to be.
Bino, they're more religious fanatics, is what they are. They're so fanatical with their belief that they're willing to kill people to do what they want to do. Dead Space's primary inspiration, as far as I'm aware, is actually fucking The Thing. Unironically. Which is why it would have been amazing if The Thing... oh god, John Carpenter is The Thing. Is the biggest inspiration for Dead Space.
It's very good. That movie is good, yeah.
And that's why I actually really like Dead Space and The Thing a lot. Because the concepts of the biological terror is actually really cool. Look at this guy. He's dead. He's a dead little guy.
It's quite a shame that even though Dead Space 3 was not what I wanted in a Dead Space game, it's still set up quite well, especially with this expansion, the preparation for the Brotherhood moves and the exploration of, okay, what are the markers really, and what's their purpose, and what's the whole point of these Brotherhood moves and their origin. And, but EA.
Yeah, well, EA wants Dead Space to be like a Call of Duty selling level of franchise, but the issue is that the horror genre is actually a hyper niche, and it's sci-fi horror, so it's not going to be insane. The fact that the Dead Space remake sold 2 million copies or over 2 million copies is pretty good for a horror game series.
Yeah, and every time You also saw similar problems when the original director, and I'm being hyper-specific about this because he, as far as I know, and I'm saying Callisto Protocol, because he was the one that directed Dead
Callisto
Space
Protocol.
1 and 2. He directed
Yes,
Callisto
sir.
Protocol, and I'm saying this, I'm bringing up this business example because Krafton, if I'm pronouncing that right, the one that published Callisto Protocol, pretty much gave the guy a blank check, and he made the Callisto Protocol one of the most expensive video games ever at what? 168 million about?
And he did nothing with it. It's so the problem with Callisto Protocols is it was bad. It was the worst part about it is it was like a crappy Dead Space wannabe, and that's what it was. It was a Dead Space wannabe where the entire plot is actually just Aegis VII, but as a prison colony. That's it.
Yes,
it's
quite
just,
literally.
It's just the Aegis VII outbreak regurgitated into being a prison colony, because just like Aegis VII colony built by the CEC was basically built on top of the other colony that was built by the SCAF that fell to the marker.
It's like you have your necromorphs, but with a different origin. You have these, what, parasites, if I recall correctly? That infect humans and mutate them. But, back to the business example. Krafton expected this to sell 5 million units. Now,
Sitting in the control room. Any news
to
on
get
the
their
engines?
return on investment...
Yeah,
oh,
but it
one
makes no
sec.
sense. They're out of fuel. The centrifuge
They're out of bucket
is
fishies.
offline. We're tethered to a 4 trillion ton payload. Without the engines, it's dragging us down to the planet.
Can you handle it alone?
Sure. Fix the centrifuge.
I wouldn't say that,
fuel running,
Isaac. I would be like, no,
full restart.
get your ass down here.
But you'll need
I'm
to
fucking
stabilize
scared.
the motor from
Standing by. Fast
Yeah.
as you can, Isaac.
But yeah, I can see where Krafton was expecting, okay, if we're gonna spend this much money, we need this much return on investment. But both Krafton and the Dead Space guy,
Engineering
director...
log. Acting Chief Engineer Jacob Temple reported.
Don't want to interrupt.
Christ, I still can't believe the chief is gone. It's all
Let
falling
that
apart
speak,
since
then
the
I gotta
captain
beat
died. Everyone down here is on their last nerve. We thought the rioting was the worst of it. Till those things came through the vents. Their faces. Fuck, those were my lunch buddies, Liz's friends, old boyfriends. And out of nowhere, the engines are screwed. Primary's laboring, we're hemorrhaging fuel. Fuck if I know why. I'm taking Danvers to the fuel depot to fix it. Gotta keep the team focused or we'll crack. Temple out.
If I remember it, they made Temple more involved in trying to fix things.
Yep. The crew are doing a lot more to maintain the ship as they expanded the lore, which makes it feel like there's a bit more of a struggle. But to be honest, I always assumed that even before this game, because after watching the movie, you can tell that the crew is struggling to continue to resist.
I actually was never even in doubt that the crew were trying to do their best.
It's just they were fucked.
Yeah,
they were
pretty
in
much.
way over their head. The problem is even if knowing what we know now, if they could know what was coming, the only thing that would be advisable to do would be to fucking drop, like, Aegis VII colony is lost. They will not save them. Drop the marker on top of that fucking tectonic plate, and then drop the fucking tectonic plate back onto fucking Aegis VII, and blow it to fucking Kingdom Come. That's the only hope.
Pretty much.
And hope that it destroys the marker, and then start immediately flying as hard as you can, burning as bright as you can, out of the system, away from the marker's effect. Because if you can theoretically get far enough away from the marker, the infected on board might basically fall apart. Not to mention, the security losing control of the communications was one of the most disastrous things. The security teams were just scattered all over the goddamn ship.
Yeah.
Benjamin Mathias was also a moron. So the big thing about handling the outbreak is they should have stationed, like, at that point, the necromorphs are on board the ship. It's already game over, right? Like, there's no way. Sending the security teams to every point time there's a cry for help from any section of the ship is pointless. What you need to do is you need to focus the security teams on the most important sections. Hydroponics, the bridge, medical, and any other key areas of the ship. And hold those areas, engineering. And try to hold those areas of the ship while calling for help. And hold on as long as you can until the Marines arrive. That's the
The
only
issue
way.
is, even if they did pull that off, at that point, there's so many people that were infected by the marker signal.
There would probably be entire sections that would still be lost, but there's a good chance that they would have made it, or at least some of them would have made it. Maybe as part of the bridge crew or something like that.
The other thing you need to keep in mind, okay, the Marines heard their signal, or their SOS signal. The Marines were not there to save the Ishimura.
They're not necessarily, but they would still save some of the people because the EarthGov actually didn't kill people that survived the incident. So one of the other people that survived the incident that they found. Now the reason why they did what they did to Isaac Clarke is because he was affected by the marker. They took him because EarthGov was very interested in creating the marker, and he had these visions and was exhibiting the same signs that Dr. Strauss and various other key personnel that they needed to create the marker program, or restart the marker programs. The big thing here is that Gabe, I forget his name, Gabe Newell. Gabe, whatever the fuck his name, Weller, I think, and the other guy and Lexine, they survived, but the big thing is EarthGov basically said, shut the fuck up. To any of the survivors, like, shut the fuck up. You need to shut the fuck up, or we're gonna kill you. And you just keep your goddamn mouth shut. And that's it. They probably would have instituted that on the survivors of the crew. Now, they did kill a lot of people from other surviving incidents, so there's a chance they would have killed people, but I think if there was enough survivors, they probably wouldn't have killed everybody. They would definitely kill certain people, though.
They would have killed all the ugly ones there.
But the big problem is the ship came in and had a warhead loaded. Granted, it was moving in not necessarily to fire the warhead, but it was prepared to fire the warhead to blow up the U.S.G. Ishimura. The big problem is they opened the escape pod, and despite having been briefed on the situation, they didn't fully understand what it was what they were dealing with. And so, remember, enhanced necromorphs are incredibly powerful and incredibly strong. These guys don't even know what the fuck they're dealing with. This thing bursts out, jumps these guys, even if they're armed. They're completely panicking. Because they're just shooting at the damn thing, but it's not fucking doing anything. This thing just keeps coming and is slicing people to pieces and kills all the people that were basically in that room and then crawls away. And now, all of a sudden, people on the ship are starting to change. Like, it's pretty disastrous.
Yeah.
What's actually interesting is if you're in the ship, you can actually hear echoes. And the echoes you hear is all something hands, like, to your stations or, like, things like that. Or whispers like, shoot the limbs. And these echoes are actually basically like whispers of the crew, or what are believed to be whispers of the crew from what was happening. Like, manning their stations, telling them to basically all general quarters, arm the dudes. But in the end, it didn't matter. And anyone who was alive didn't survive because the fucking, I forget the name of the military ship, but it smashes into the Ishimura. And so the impact of that kills a lot of the remaining surviving Marines. And those that aren't being are already dazed and confused and being murder fucked. Because when the big problem with the Marines is that their kit, their stasis modules and all that is very heavily integrated into their bodies. And this integration means that when a necromorph takes control of one of these dead Marines, they're incredibly enhanced. And so they're even more nightmarish. That's why the Marines are awful. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, I do find how so many developers and companies overestimate the market size of horror games. It's like, this is niche.
No,
you're not supposed. You need to let me finish. You need to control your expensive of these games and not splurge like Callisto Protocol did. It's like 168 million, and this is what we got, and you thought you'd get a decent return on investment. No, you're gonna lose a lot.
The combat, there's so much wrong with the game. Not only just with the story. The big thing about a horror game is the story and the atmosphere is incredibly important. If the story sucks, nobody cares, right? What makes Dead Space amazing to me is the story and the setting. It's in my opinion, one of the best horror settings that I just think in general. And my reason why I feel that way is because the way this universe is written is so well crafted and believable. You're actually dead. You look like you could wiggle at me.
And it's And a lot of those writers, developers, and coders, especially the people that built, especially the people that built the world, it is clear that those people in the original Dead Space team were so important, and it makes you question the original leadership of the team. That the guy that directed Dead Space actually did not have that much influence in it being good.
Well, team members matter, right? So the big thing is,
Yeah.
if you look at the director who took over the Dead Space remake project, he had worked on, yay, the upgrades. Now we have the final suit upgrades. What the fuck is that? Hold on, what is that? Well, whatever it is, I have.
That's when you throw something. How much damage?
Gibbs, what do we says right there? Kinesis thrown damage.
Oh yeah.
My God.
What's this?
It says right there at the bottom, Kinesis grab
Oh
range.
my God, have it. Stasis duration, enhance.
Enhance.
Oh my God, look at that.
Buy all of it.
My suit's now maxed.
You don't have any more spaces.
I finally have it all. No, I can't get in. I need to find the next weapon upgrades.
Yeah, with the Callisto Protocol, I genuinely want to know, just from an accountant and financial perspective, what he spent that money on. We do know some of it. It was high staff turnover.
The thing is,
and also crunch hiring, where due to having to make the deadline, where they're supposed to get 3 months extra, and in order to meet that deadline, they had to hire a bunch of people. All of a sudden, that was at least part of it, but that doesn't come anywhere close to how they
the
spent
big thing
so
is
much money.
they fundamentally didn't know what they were making. So, if you look at the story tells us a lot. It's literally a colony. A prison colony built on top of an old colony that was infected by this like monstrous disease. When you look at how that makes and compare that to Dead Space, Aegis VII is a colony that's built on top of a colony that got basically wiped out by a alien xeno disease thing. It's virtually identical, and that means, but instead of it taking place on the U.S.G. Ishimura, which is the ship above it, it takes place on the actual planet. Now the problem with this is that, again, there's nothing that really makes Callisto Protocol stand out as a game. And when you look at it more than that, its gameplay is basically melee focused, and it's really bad. It's like counters and like basically timing counters and like bonking things. And it's really,
worst of all,
really bad. And hold on.
Yeah,
the big thing is that you have all these factors where the story's bad, the story is lazy, the game design is bad, and it just, there's no reason to play Callisto Protocol over Dead Space. Dead Space is literally just what Callisto Protocol is, but better in every way. It's got a better story. It's got fucking sequels. Callisto Protocol is never getting a sequel, probably. Like, Dead Space just has more.
Idea.
It's a better written world, and it's got more going on. It has a better identity, and it has better gameplay. Because again, Dead Space, gameplay-wise, combat, you have to like blow off the limbs, and it's very involved with how you shoot enemies and tear them to pieces using various like bits of equipment and stuff like that, and industrial equipment. And because it's more involved in that way, versus Callisto Protocol's like lame gun and then lame bonk system, it's just a better game. And also combat design. Like, Dead Space often isn't incredibly punishing to the point where you're constantly one-hitted all the time. The problem with Callisto Protocol is enemies will one-hit kill you way too often. Like that, it's like you fail something, you're dead, you reload. And that creates what we call basically frustration. It's not hard, it's incredibly annoying, it's tedious. So you start dying so much to the point where it's not scary anymore, it's just annoying. And because it's become annoying, now it's scary. I haven't died once in this playthrough. I've got a fully upgraded suit, right? Yes, we're doing New Game Plus. The monsters are enhanced now because New Game Plus activates the enhanced monsters. But I'm still scared. I'm still intimidated at every fucking corner. I still don't want to go through that door in front of me. But I'm going to have to.
Little bitch.
I'm going to have to. There's going to be things in here. But that's the thing, right? Like that thing, I didn't like that. Now it's gone. Like, I'm upset. Genuinely upset that it didn't just stay there and die. I genuinely don't like that. I genuinely don't. That's very, very...
One issue that I see a lot of people doing is going like, this is from the creator of so-and-so, but like, it's very rare that a good game is made by a savant that's basically like coordinating with other people and being the main brain, right? Most games are a team effort, and you can see that like continuously done. Like Kojima, every game he does by himself is horrible. The God of War, there's the God of War guy. Like he has horrible takes on video games nowadays. The original God of War guy, right? I could go more examples, but you guys already got to him.
No, I get you. It's because developers lose touch with things as time goes on, right? If, like, to give an example, if our team lost Robin and Robin wasn't working on our stuff anymore, it would fundamentally change a lot of the game design stuff. I do a lot of the lore work, but a lot of the actual mechanical functionalities are also, Robin plays a heavy hand in that. And if Robin wasn't involved with our project, that would probably actually, I think, pretty much hamper a lot of the game design stuff, because he does have a better grasp about certain aspects than I do about certain things, because he's had a little bit more experience with, like,
I like how whatever he says pull down.
You forget his Common Core reading is not optimal.
Why did those items respawn? Look at that. Pop in.
Oh god, why'd you point that out?
Yeah, I don't like
Stop that, Gibbs.
That upsets me.
Stop that. Yeah, to go off Alblade's point, what you're seeing as time goes on is like when you think back on the past 20-30 years of game development, a lot of the leadership that people like to worship actually weren't the sole reason, if not even the key reason why a lot of those games were good. A lot of it has to do with certain business processes, and the environment, a lot of engineers, and the team effort.
I just point to Metal Gear Solid, where it was made fun in spite of Kojima.
Yeah. Like like the more Kojima participates in a game, the worse the game is. Unironically.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big thing is that what people often forget is that a team plays a pivotal role. It's normally not one person that makes a game great, and it's often a team coming together that makes a game great. Because video games aren't solo jobs unless they're sub-made by solo devs, like the Factorio dev, for example. But most games aren't. And so making a good game is entirely down to having a good team. You need good art team, you need good music team, sound design's important. Star Wars, look at Star Wars. Star Wars has some of the best sci-fi sound effects. It sounds fucking amazing. Like, doo-doo, sounds cool. And that's because the Foley team they had. And the Foley team is honestly unsung heroes.
I have another example that I also think it happens a bit. Is that like sometimes you can get good ideas that are not even from part of the team. You mentioned people like they get like out of touch as they get like the fame goes to their heads, right?
That, or they get older, or they take a break. Taking a break is another one, right? Like stopping. It's why it's absolutely imperative that when I finish the Legend of Terrestrial project, we immediately start on the sequel, because the momentum is incredibly important. Games that take breaks are bad.
But it's also like imagine imagine if one of the ideas, for example, like the idea for the QTEs in God of War, even though I like them, I don't think they are the best part of the game, but I like them. A lot of people love the QTEs in God of War, right? Imagine if the idea for that was like some fucking intern that mentioned something like that one day, and the guy heard it and you're like, that's kind of a good idea. But imagine the same guy would here's a good idea a few years later, but he's like, you are a retard, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm so and so, I know what I'm talking about, you know what I mean? I imagine that there's quite a bit of good ideas that are thrown out in the industry because of people's egos, like.
Daniels, you made it.
Thank God. After the bridge, we thought that...
Glad to disappoint.
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
I barricaded myself in the computer core. I can hear them, but I don't think they know I'm here. Isaac, I've tracked down your rig. You're in engineering, right?
Sandra Devil, send that horde out.
Hit her to the Leviathan. Right into the mouth.
She gets what she fucking deserves.
Yeah, my best example I like to cite about this don't worship old developers all the time is Bloodlines 2. They got the old devs back from that, and lo and behold, they still can't develop a game.
Oh yeah, that one.
You want another example? The original Thief 1 and 2 leadership. He went on to make Epic Mickey 1 and 2. We all know how well that went. And he kind of disappeared then tried to make System Shock 4, if I recall correctly, if I got the number right. And,
3.
well...
It would be 3 if I had to guess.
3. Oh, 3. Okay, got my number wrong. And... nothing?
I
know,
thought,
Hans is the expert on this more.
I thought people had liked that Mickey though.
He did good work in Thief 1 and 2, and then he just had problems ever since then. Epic Mickey had development problems that led to it not being as good as it could have been. He then got his second chance with 2, and that game flopped hard, and then just kind of disappeared off the map mostly.
Look at this cruelty. I get a choice of turning off the power to oxygen, or keep having lights.
You want lights? Screw life support.
I need oxygen.
No, you don't.
I don't need lights.
This area is more than generous with its oxygen tanks.
You can just smell your own breath.
Fuck,
you know,
that's
like...
so gay. Don't do that. No. Then he immediately does this.
Immediately about to get pile drive to pod.
Kojima is the most. Oh my god, I like Kojima and Naughty Dog are some of the things that made me waste the most money on the game industry.
It's a buggy.
I still need to get the
You're playing this again?
before restart.
Yeah.
Someone really screwed with these fuel lines.
Move fast, Isaac.
Yeah.
Aegis VII's looking damn close out there.
Aegis VII.
Yeah, Kojima, I could never enjoy Kojima games. It's just the storytelling, the gameplay.
I
just
kind of like the. Oh my god, no.
I enjoy them. I just don't like the parts of Kojima.
Oh, the part that Kojima touches, I don't like that part.
Yeah, yeah.
It's Dead Space 1, right?
Yep.
It's the remake.
Yeah, so are you doing a new game plus or what?
Yep.
Because the original did not look this nice.
I think it looks. It looks okay. It is dated looking, but it's a cute little game for its time. I like the
Kids,
style.
you know I don't mind like old graphics. Me just saying like the original didn't look this nice. It's just me saying that the fidelity in this compared to the original is night and day.
Anything behind me?
No. Yes, but it doesn't matter.
You're screaming off in the distance. Not my problem. Like, hey, help me!
It's also nice. It's also nice they kept the art style after all this time. Although, granted, it's hard to mess it up when you have such a good example.
I feel like I'm gonna be shot or something.
Do you have the night armor?
No, that's not in this game.
That's Dead Space 2. Or, no wait, that's Dragon Age 2, where you can be Sir Isaac Clarke armor.
There's also night armor you can get from the Dead Space series.
Oh, Dead Space 2 is got the Dragon Age armor.
Dead Space 2 has all the skins. This one only has the EarthGov Marine armor.
EarthGov Marine, it's got Zombie Isaac, it's got a bunch of alternate engineering outfits, like if you're for EarthGov.
It actually has the OG design, but it is actually like the OG model, like low poly and all.
Uh-oh. Its face scared me.
Well, Kibbs, maybe you should look in the mirror and see how it feels.
I hate that weapon.
What's wrong with the pulse rifle? What's wrong with it?
It looks like a fucking shotgun on a pulse rifle.
So Artemis, I have to ask you, which do you hate more?
Oh, fuck.
This gun,
Kill it.
or do you hate the
Yes,
the tri-barreled thing from Atlantis?
Yeah, the Atlantis one.
Oh god, the
You
tri-barrel.
hate that one more?
The best part is an assault
Actually,
rifle.
it looks like a pump. It looks like a pump action shotgun.
But it's not.
Yeah.
Like every fiber in your body says shotgun, but no, it's an assault rifle.
Yep.
Okay, maybe we can try playing with another weapon too. What do we have?
I still say the flamethrower in this one is not good. It's better than it was in the original, but it's still not
The
good.
flamethrower is fun because of how the peeling system works in this. And what's also fun is the force gun because it just blows their flesh off.
What's the third from the left top one? Is that the zombie dead one?
Yes.
Oh, this is
No,
Isaac is dead.
Infested.
And it changed all his audio
they
lines
actually
to
have
groans.
they actually have a couple cutscenes where they do acknowledge you're wearing the suit. Like when you go down to meet the captain of the salvage team, he's like, "Oh Jesus, fuck Isaac."
Actually, I think he always panics, but it's more fitting when he just pulls off his head. Because when he doesn't take off his helmet, and when he's the infected model, he just pulls off his head.
Nice.
Remember, if you are going to change the suit, remember to save before you do it.
Yeah, I know, because it deleted my
he
suit.
He lost the EarthGov Marine suit for whatever fucking reason.
Alright, we're gonna try adding the Ripper, because I've been starting to work on upgrading that.
Oh god, don't remind me of Star Citizen Rip 4. That game reached 750 million in total funding.
Didn't the guy that was working with die, though?
Is it the saw blade one?
Yep, I got the saw blade now. Because I've been working on
a weapon.
This weapon's great.
Great.
If you weren't going to use the plasma pistol or the plasma cutter, this was honestly a decent secondary to carry with you.
The pulse rifle I like because of its grenade launcher function.
Its primary fire is also pretty good.
Right. Primary engines and centrifuge are still offline. Okay, let's save and we can see if it bugs out again. Because last time it took away my armor and I fucking blew my brains out because this armor costs 100,000 credits.
You used all your money and sold all your ammo to get that.
So if I equip you, where did my tier 6 armor go?
Goes into heaven.
That's what happened last time.
Goes up your ass.
This is a nice one.
Yeah, it is.
I really like the way they did the HP and the energy.
It disappears again.
Gone. What? That's just not weird. That's
It seems like if you buy it, you are keeping it on.
Why did it disappear? Is that a bug?
That has to be a bug.
That's dumb.
Well, gotta reload.
Oh, don't save.
I said
how far back do you have to reload to get your EarthGov outfit?
He literally just saved.
Not
yeah,
much.
I told him to save before he forgot.
My marine outfit. That's just weird that the marine outfit just disappears. What the fuck?
The only thing I can think of is that, like, for whatever reason, it's like has a special tag on it, and so if you're not wearing it, it just doesn't save it.
It's weird. Chatfish. Google it. Chatfish like, okay. I start flapping their little fins.
Isn't it just like unlocked for once you reach the end of the game?
I mean, yeah. It's basically New Game Plus armor. And it unlocks the final power node slots for your suit. So you can max out your kinesis, your stasis, and your oxygen and stuff like that.
But all the other suits are ones you could buy.
Yep, you can still just wear them. I mean, the effects are the same. It annoys me that it
No,
disappears.
I'm saying is that all the other ones are purchasable.
Yep, we have...
But technically, he also has to purchase this winning game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't like this room. This room tells me that there's going to be bad things here.
Clearance confirmed.
Still hate clearance not carrying over between playthroughs.
That is one thing I really wish that New Game Plus would allow you to keep your clearance levels.
Because the thing is, if you're doing a New Game Plus, you literally played through the game before.
Yeah,
it's
taking
not
away
like
my
you're
clearance
spoiling
was like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's not like you're spoiling it for yourself.
Because all that means is that you have to backtrack to previous areas if you want to get the clearance items.
Clearance confirmed.
Ah, damn, seriously?
Oh, what's this? Comments. More absences. It's not just the unitologists sneaking off for religious exemptions. Or, whatever we're seeing, serious gaps in the rotation. People going on sick with sleep deprivation, self-inflicted injuries, or just disappearing. They go off shift, and they don't come back. Someone said the ship's been attacked. Bullshit. We're at the ass end of nowhere. Who'd come all this way to attack a mining ship? And yeah, the captain is dead. But Carmack says one of the bridge staff killed him. I swear to God, the rumors on this deck are out of control. Update. Lost contact with the bridge. No rig link, no security hardline, nothing. Okay, this is beyond rumors. Fuck this, I'm getting out while I still can. Should have got out sooner. Because by this point, the escape shuttles were all launched empty.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So Riffer, the thing is, a very small percentage of the story is still tied to clearance.
The only stuff tied to clearance is actually bonus stuff. Because in the base game, in the first Dead Space, there was no clearance level. That's something they added here. The clearance level adds a bunch of like Easter eggs and like additional lore.
No, I thought there was
and
one,
items.
Like, I thought there was one like security level 1 door that you have to go through.
I don't remember. I know that the big thing is getting into like the bridges. What do you call it? Like
and so like, the issue I have is at that point, why not just still have like that restricted, but you still have the actual clearance until the proper story point.
Decontamination sequence activated.
Later, Fractal.
See you, Fractal. Fuck.
Later, Fractal.
Beep.
To resolve this issue, players need to unequip the current worn suit from storage. The level 6 suit will then reappear as the default suit.
Wait, what? Oh my God.
To resolve this issue, players need to unequip the currently worn suit from storage. The level 6 suit will then reappear as the default suit.
Oh. So I will get it back, it just takes a while. Or something?
Well, it's not takes a while, it overrides the default suit, Kibbs.
Oh, okay.
Pay attention.
So it just didn't update the profile picture.
To be fair, that actually did happen in the original game as well. If you purchased the Marine suit, that was your suit from then on. Like, there was no going back.
Fucking A! They're enhanced, and I hate it.
Just grenade them.
Oh my God. Oh my God, he ate 125 rounds!
You're not aiming on the links.
But Kibbs,
I'm panicking.
The pulse rifle is the most efficient weapon now.
I don't know about that. It is a lot better. I like it because it goes and it has up 150 rounds per magazine. Which is
Florio, if you're there.
Also rip your ass if there's any bounties.
There is. It's on...
Mangola?
No, Foxnix.
Was it Mangola? Ah, did they got Mangola?
I don't know. I don't know if Mangolet had a bounty.
I think he had a bounty.
Foxnix does, though. Alright, we have to go that way? Well, what's this way? What's hidden this way, game? Uh-oh, I don't like this. It's goopy. Oh, goopy. Oh, but looty bits. And this is, I believe, I forget what this is called. It's biological goopy goops. Made out of people. Is this the creation of, like, a Leviathan? Or is this like... I'm not entirely sure what this infestation is. What do you think, Chatfishies? What?
Obviously xenomorph.
There's ammo there, but I can't pick it up.
It's painted on.
That's weird. Oh shit. This is gonna be better with this. I'm making progress. The ship is speaking German! Ah! Chow says, "Hey Kib, I'm excited. My stepsister is coming into town. I think next week. She just got married, and we're going to have a party at her mom's. Her house. However, If she gets divorced, what? I'll try to sell her. Do you get no thanks? I'll pass. Sell her to B or sell her to Bino. There you go, Bino.
What's this for?
Keep choice. Thank you for the donation.
Thank you for the donation, my dude.
Ask her to help fix your dryer.
Yeah. Oh no.
$2 for what? What is your for Kip's choice? What's your choice, Kip?
Kip choice is
Skirt fan? Ah, great.
No.
Which choice?
No. Hold that thought. I will remember in a bit. And then thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, Chumba. Very generous.
Thank you, Chumba.
Let's see.
It's my lady's right there. Yeah.
Rig unavailable for priority message. Transcript provided to available storage. J Temple. Tai, Zhang, are you there? What's keeping them? The Centrifuge is still offline. We're running out of time. C. Danvers. No rig link activity, or no rig link contact since they left, Chief. They're gone, aren't they? Temple. But we armed them with everything we had. They'd have sent word if there was trouble. What did they fall down a expletive hole? Expletive? There's a full tectonic load hanging off our ass. C. Danvers says, what if we turn off the gravity tethers and drop the load by ourselves time? Temple. I tried. Unless I rip out half the ship's wiring, it takes a CEC board member's override to drop all that ore. Can't risk expletive off the shareholders. And without the centrifuge to balance the ship, we're talking planetfall in hours. If we're that lucky. So yes, Dr. Kynes' sabotage from Downfall, the movie, is actually still causing the ship to get closer and closer to planet surface as we speak.
Because of all the original crew, he is the one who comprehended their situation.
He realized it was too late to save them.
And so his mindset is the damnation of the Ishimura is better than the damnation of humanity.
Yes, Dr. Kynes is willing to sacrifice the ship in order to stop the necromorphs from affecting the rest of mankind.
Please attach generator modules manually.
So, he's the Red Queen in this scenario?
In a way, yeah. He's not a bad guy. He just doesn't
He understood.
want to get everywhere.
Yeah, after the incident on the bridge, that basically radicalized him.
Rifford donates 5 memberships. Thanks, Rifford.
Thank you for the membership.
Does kids actually know what the Red Queen is?
Red Queen is from Resident Evil.
Okay.
Yes.
Just want to make sure.
Okay, I'm going to be very
Did you
honest.
also get Rapier? Did you also get Rapier's 10?
Yep. That's what I'm asking. Kips told me that the memberships, the gifted, the
5.
memberships I don't add.
No, do add them. Because they're being received, look.
Yes, you can literally see, like, so-and-so was gifted a membership.
Yep, it means they're actually landing.
Yeah, but why did you
because
it was broken.
Because they
that was
weren't
the other
being
day.
gifted before.
That was last week, actually.
But you told me today that memberships like get automatically.
No, Bino, you're mistaking this for something else. The thing I was talking about was the fact that somebody already had a membership.
Yep.
We already have that auto factor.
Did you forget something, Gibbs?
Well, then I didn't put any. I think I might have put the first one.
Oh my God! You put any gifted Bino.
I was like,
Albine, damn it.
Okay,
pay attention to when people say
I paid
things.
attention.
Bino.
Not enough.
You told me that like.
I told you that if they already had a membership, that don't worry about it because they've already auto-factored.
I didn't understood. I understood that.
Bino.
Membership.
I see failure.
Kill Bino.
I see.
Kill Bino.
Man.
Kill Bino.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe it's fault of like boss that doesn't speak my language.
In any case.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's actually your fault for not getting clarification if you were confused.
Yeah. I was like, are you sure? Yeah. I was like, okay. No, okay. Why you guys? Okay, you can add all the gifted memberships from this week. I'm going to go to the left.
You did the same mistake on this side.
I know, but I thought I heard a monster.
Slow it down.
I did hear a monster. Fucking don't like it when it does that. Oh, it's spacebar? Fuck. I cannot hit you. Hold still. Alright, we're going in.
Sounds like a user.
5 members.
Instead of pulling out the actual useful weapon, he still tries to use the Ripper.
I got kids
He's the only monster.
I hope so. I don't hear anything crawling. What's that clicking?
What is that clicking, kid?
Oh, it's the mine. Where is it? Is it on the carcass? It is. Well, shit.
What was the...
It was the mine.
I want you to explain your thought process of shooting an active
I was like,
mine.
maybe I'll cut off the hand and take it off. And I'm like, I don't know why I did that.
Alright.
Gibbs,
Wing
I
Commander.
want you to know this, Gibbs. You're the reason on explosives they have to say this way forward.
Generator module attached.
Sour. Where's sour? Where's sour candy? Candy thing?
Gibbs, turn around. You already ran past money.
I know. I was trying to grab it.
No, you weren't. Otherwise, you would have.
Alright, let's see. Wait, am I out of health? No. And how do I heal myself? And how did I forget? It's F.
Where's sour candy?
You see, this is when chat starts trying to tell you in chat, but since it's actually just the F key, they're just pressing F.
I come.
Oh, we lost oxygen.
Ah.
2 minutes.
Kids, you have good news and bad news for you.
Are you Bino?
The bad news is that you own 1 sour candy now.
Better Templar.
See,
Nice.
Templar, you little traitor.
Good job,
little race
Gibbs.
traitor.
You owe more sour candies. How do you feel?
Back online.
You have
All that's
1
left
sour
is restarting
candy.
the engines, right? Ready when you are.
Uh-oh.
This is when Gibbs realized you ran the wrong way.
I ran slow and the wrong way. Nope.
Okay,
as,
so
soon as soon as you ran that way, I knew that you
Yeah,
ran the
I
wrong
was
way.
like, fuck.
The sour candy that you ate before got invalidated by this new one that got funded.
Kill Bino.
How many do you have left?
Yes.
I don't know if it is. I don't know if this is right because there's a 0 on the right of that number.
Okay.
But
Looks like the
is either
back online.
it
All
says
that's
here
left is
20
restarting the
on the.
engines,
I'm not sure if that.
Ready when you are.
That sounds
like,
right.
Yeah, it sounds right. Okay, that's 20 sour candies.
Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, it's a little SQEKMORPHS comment chat. Hey!
Don't, Gibbs, you don't even need to shoot him.
He's like, what?
Rapier, where's the things? Okay, Rapier donates $10.
Dropping a
Make
loot.
sure to mark Florio for the lovers thumbnail. Hashtag skirt fund, cookie, lovers.
Thank you for the donation.
Thank you for the tags. The previous 50 for the same tags. Alright. What's the lovers thumbnail? Sorry. Is this 5 hearts one?
Yeah, I think so.
What's the
You see, that's the kind of the issue when people start using abbreviations
Kill Bino.
as like a tag. 'Cause it's like, okay, what the fuck?
No, okay,
is this?
lovers. No, there's a lovers in a dangerous space time. Is this one probably? Yeah.
Yeah, that
It can
sounds
only
right,
be-
I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, shit. Let's not waste ammo. Just die.
All right. And is hashtag skirt funding.
That scared me.
Skirt fund and
I remember the first time I played this game, those always surprised me.
There we go.
cookie. Okay, cookie is now very much in the lead.
Hey, look, there's a little head right there too.
Look in the hands. Yeah, look in the little claw thing. Is
Well, mouse, like, that's kind of gross.
Several heads.
How many
that
bodies
way
do
you
you
can
think it took
see
to
what
make
it's grabbing.
this?
Yes.
Like, I get that there's 3 heads, but how much physical biomass is
There's
there?
more than 3 heads in that thing.
Oh my god, that's fucking grody. There's definitely a few heads.
Yeah.
Kind of like a little
Don't
meat
forget, I
stick.
think there's a ruby semiconductor in one of these.
So
I
stuff.
think I got it already. Let's check. No, we didn't get it. We do have a semiconductor, but we don't have a ruby one.
Do you
I said
know
I
if
think.
do
I know,
you
I'm
know
checking.
if aim rouser is
That's good
American?
to remind.
I don't remember.
No. Go on the others. Oh, we are.
There's something behind there.
It's
Yeah, a wall.
fine. I'm sure there's nothing there, Bucky. Beep. All right, now I've got to go through decontamination again. What
Yeah,
the-
because you're a smelly pig.
I like how the door unlocked, but he's still backed up.
That vent just exploded.
It's fine.
The
Don't
game
worry about it.
director
Go towards the
being pretendy. I don't see anything in there. Very spooky noises. The director's
That
fucking with
hissing
the
is
power.
nothing.
I hope it's fucking with the power. Noise.
Let her wrap it on.
I wish we had the javelin gun from Dead Space 2. That was a cool gun. Alright, maybe.
I remember the tutorial video for the telekinesis thrower, where the guy is so proud that he stuck like one of the necromorphs with the little pipe.
Yep.
And he's like, remember, this will help you save ammo.
And then he dies.
He does.
Ow! What the fuck? The door just what?
The door was
fuck?
shutting and you decided to walk through it. You deserve that
What
pain.
the fuck? Why did it do that? That was creepy.
Are you hitting a button?
I don't know. It just sort of smashed in my face.
Yeah, were you hitting a button to make it close?
Okay, always good to check. I don't know, man. Sometimes they put vents in the fucking ceilings of these.
It only happened once.
They do it like twice every game. And the worst part is I'll forget about it by the time I get to it.
Got it. Isaac, fuel storage is unlocked. It'll give you access to the engine chamber.
Okie dokie. Wait, why do we got the music? Stop it. I know that's ambience, but it's always spooky every time it happens. Alright, listen. I really wish that... Oh, wait. I think I've got semiconductors to sell. We don't use... well, having a backup oxygen tank. Music is being kind of aggressive. I think it's time to put you back into storage so we can reduce its spawn so I can get more valuable equipment. We need to start stockpiling. That little fucking brass just randomly rapping at me. Fucking A. Right. Dead guy.
Entering zero gravity.
Jump into the fan.
Say, Hammond, I cracked the secure files. CC was here for more than just a mining claim, huh?
What do you mean?
Damn.
This outbreak started
I just
on
wanted
the
to say that
colony.
effect, the cutting effect.
Do you guys know if Eastergoy is American? Eastergoy, if you're there, are you American?
But it would explain why Aegis VII is meant to be off limits.
I'm fixing
Why are you
the
asking?
because I'm fixing the
Hallucinations, paranoia.
no, he's not there. Because I'm fixing the listed like membership gifts on the spreadsheet.
Okay, back up. Where's this marker now?
In cargo.
Where's this marker now? Does the marker touch you? Is the marker with us now? What's this, fans? Oh yeah, let's turn off the fans. Fuck that. Uh-oh. Oh, God, no, no, put that away. Oh, we can open both doors and we can have the fans closed as well. Oh, the red one is an expended ammo container. Okay. Is there anything down here? I don't think so. Well, there is something, actually. Stasis regeneration. I'll be back, says Jumba. He waddles away.
Hey, wait.
This is where you get the flamethrower.
Yep.
Grab it. It's right there.
Already have
He
it.
already has it.
It's in their hands. It's a free throw envelope. Please grab.
Can't. Once you do New Game Plus, you already have all the weapons. I mean, if you don't, I guess it gives it to you.
Or at the very least, the capacity to buy them, because you can sell them.
Look at that, was a face right there. It's all like pussy, fleshy bits.
No! Fuck, I read those. These things are actually quite unfortunate because these are actually fully conscious. They're people. We're just doing them a favor.
I'm trying to remember how far. Did you fight the Leviathan yet? Or you
no.
well past that?
We need to stabilize the engine for the Ishimura.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's going to crash into the planet. Because currently we are falling out of orbit.
Slowly.
Because we have to do that. Then, after that, we have a meteor storm that we have to basically reactivate the ship's ADS guns. Because the ADS guns, I think, are last, if I remember right, set to target basically the refuge or the escape vessels from the planet. Because they were shooting them out of the orbit
I
to
can't
prevent them
breathe
getting the ship.
anyone on Wrigley. I think my team is gone. I found the kinesis module that someone used to bust the centrifuge. Burned out. Who would sabotage the Ishimura at a time like this? I'll report to the bridge, if anyone's left. And then I'm finding Elizabeth and getting us the hell off this ship.
Temple's looking for his girlfriend. Temple is actually quite like us.
Yep.
Dead?
My God. Oh, no, hello. Let me put you down with fewer bullets. We'll do this. Yeah, I think so. Quicker way to dispose of them. Just be careful.
Where's all that biomass go when it pops like that?
I have no idea.
I always kept a flamethrower just for those things.
And what are those things again?
These are actually bits of hands and fingers.
I liked how the original dealt with it, where you could actually just keep walking.
He's got full health. Oh.
No, he doesn't.
No more. Step on him.
It just flat lines.
Come on. There you go.
Yeah.
Clearance confirmed.
Okay, and we're doing good. Whew, you weren't there before.
I do love the game director, how they designed the game director in this game.
Sometimes it does stuff like that. What I like about New Game Plus is that it reshuffles the encounters a little, so previous safe areas are actually not safe.
Yep, so that way there's still a few areas where you can be surprised.
And the director will always shuffle up, oh god, no, not that.
Oh, yeah. Also,
yes, that.
I went back and got. I went back to the other stream and I got the things that I missed. So now we are way closer to yesterday's goal, Chatfishes. We are only $184.79 away.
Thank you for your donation, Champions. Good job.
Yeah, thanks.
That one's almost a troll because he will not appear until you go in the room.
Okay, we opened the elevator now.
Go ahead, kids. Go in there.
I'm trying to eat my burger.
Badass.
I'm trying to eat all day. Oh, no.
I don't know what's worse, the fact that you're slow eating or the fact that you're eating a burger from a fast food chain.
I wonder what the point is of those being like that.
It's believed that those are early stage wall necromorphs. They're normally meant to protect something when humans are approaching, to prevent them from getting access.
Because you can see there's like hands like starting to grow in their chests and all. I say grow.
That was a
protruding from their chest.
Nope.
Overreaction?
Never an overreaction when it's a necromorph. Oh no, no. Look at how it kills the flash. Oh! Ah!
Yeah.
I like how he clearly telegraphed that.
Warning. Planet fall imminent.
Oh shit.
Correct course immediately.
Don't worry, I gotta save real quick. Like, we're gonna die!
Clarke just talking truth and chat.
Uh-oh, that's a lot of SQEKMORPHS. Holy shit. Damn. Damn.
Unironically, groups like this are really nice when you want to try to conserve ammo.
Well, nice. I killed
He
a
died.
pregnant and it didn't actually release its fucking little babies.
And I say you can tell it died because it dropped loot.
Let's check the bodies. Damn it! No more coughing! God damn! It's pretty much better, but it's still goofy. Get that tickly tickle. You know what I'm saying? Tickly tickle. When I first opened the door and saw the necros, I just said, fuck that, and closed the door. Well, you gotta go in there. You gotta turn on the centrifuge, or you're gonna smack into the planet. Uh-oh. I think we already turned on the centrifuge, actually. I don't know what we're turning
the
on
best.
But if you
In
want
the
to live.
ultimate grand scheme of things, yes.
But you
But
want to
at
live.
this point, Isaac doesn't know that the infestation is basically too far gone. He's just trying to get off the ship.
Well, Isaac wants to live, and he also wants to find his girlfriend. What an idiot. What the big thing is that his survival is actually ends up actually being a big use in later stages. What? Where do I put the power for this then?
Warning. Engine power
Where?
failure.
Where do you?
Replace power cell to begin
Maybe it's
ignition
down there?
sequence.
Or maybe it's in that little hub thing. Oh, little box.
Money.
Come on. There it is. Why is that not opening?
Maybe because it already has a good one in it.
It should be empty.
Because Kibbs, look
unless
to
they
the other
change what it
side.
looks like.
No, Kibbs, look to the
Oh,
other
the
side.
other
There's another
side.
one over there.
Damn, Clarke. It's not a big deal if the goal is not met, chat. Gibbs will only be sad and die and everyone else in the studio starve to death.
That's a bit extreme.
God
I like how I was
I know.
trying to allude to that comment so Kibbs would read it.
Oh god. Oh god! Nope.
Oh, Chad, are you ready to burn your PCs on the Indiana Jones? Or cook those PCs well?
Why would they play that?
We're gonna stream it. Travis funded it.
The PC of
No, yeah, but like, why
we
we are not burning our PCs. We are burning Kip's PCs.
Oh yeah, true.
I think most things could burn your PC.
Well, modern Microsoft games especially, it seems.
Oh shit. Oh no. No. Hey, you slow down. You're gonna hurt somebody. Oh, with that little arm of yours. Come on.
What is your favorite necromorph? Mine is the raptor from Dead Space 2, says Jegson.
Oh, I hate the raptors. They're the worst.
I just want to play peekaboo.
They fucking creep me the fuck out. The two that I'm most terrified of is the raptor and the lanky officers. The officers that fall apart are creepy because they're long and they announce their presence whenever they see you. I mean, all necromorphs sort of announce themselves when they see you.
I should bring a little like cutout of like one of the little raptor heads next time I'm like over at your place and just tape it to the door, or like not like to the door, but you know, like the door frame, so when you open it, you see it. That'd be funny.
You know, you 3D print a necromorph head, go in Kip's room while he's sleeping, and you hang it on the floor, on the ceiling, as if when he wakes up, it's right above his head.
No, no, you're not doing it right. You do it in a place where he's going to look, but his brain doesn't register it. So by the time he actually notices it's there, he's like, "That's been there the entire day."
That's good too.
Is that everything?
Besides, Bino's recommending that hands go into another guy's room while he's incapacitated.
I always knew Bino was gay.
Yeah.
Notice how I said put it outside the door frame, which means I'm not physically entering the room.
I just said go into the room, like you are the guys daydreaming about molesting.
I like how he says the thing again, not realizing that was the issue.
No, I know, but like you are the ones like we're like, oh my god, if I'm going Kip's room.
The Ishimura's in rough shape.
You know what I mean?
A couple of bad strikes could finish her off.
I wouldn't go into another person's room while they're unconscious, because there's an inadvertent way you might wake them up and you start fighting because, you know.
There's a non-zero chance they might have
that already happened to me because me and my brother used to share a room, and like 2 or 3 times I was entering the room late at night, and as soon as I closed the door, like my brother is like, oh! He would start trying to beat me. Like the first time I was like, okay, I know you woke up, and the second time I was like, shut the fuck up. The third time I just beat him.
And you should be well aware why people wouldn't want to go do that. Keep coughing, kids.
7 cough.
The Chatfish is on this dash.
Nicole? I'm here. Nicole! Damn it.
The shared delusion.
When I first heard an officer, I thought a giant necro was coming, so I kept aiming higher and higher until it walked through the door and way under my sights. Alright.
The unexpected. I'm unaware as to why that info needed to be shared. Yeah, Albine, why did you need to share that?
I'll never tell stories again, don't worry.
Bino, don't be a fucking sad boy!
Oh, hold on. Also, I don't believe you.
Yeah, that's true. You're just being a little pouty boy.
Yeah, also you said you beat someone up, which I don't believe.
Yeah, you're Bino. Binos are little tiny fluffy puppy things that get bitten and go.
Hold on. Are you saying you like he should be bitten?
No, this is a little doge. He got bit by the big doge.
He fantasizes about a dog biting my head and causing very severe Nerf damage. Yeah.
Jackson, no. The remake's hard is not the OG's normal.
For
They
some
actively
reason, the
make
remake's hard as the OG's normal. I don't think.
No, it's not.
Because the normal in this is it's definitely tough. Because no matter what, when you play New Game Plus, it changes everything. Because you get enhanced necromorphs. Now, if you turn up to hard, there are a lot more enhanced necros. The big thing I don't like about enhanced necros is that they just fucking don't die. The little fucking things that just eat bullets.
They also have areas which necromorphs don't pop up when you're on the lower difficulties that pop up in areas on the harder
Isaac, I'm
difficulties.
looking at the ADS cannons.
Go in there, kids.
I'm gonna need your help. I am
I'm
not
sure it'll
losing
be
the
safe.
Ishimura. Not now.
The Ishimura, Hammond? Which one?
That
There's something on the chair.
Don't bullshit us. CEC knew all along about the marker, didn't they? Isn't
Oh
that
yeah,
why
we're
they
starting to
moved
see
there?
stuff now.
Corporate
I
would have
really
sent the
like-
Ishimura for some off-the-books mining. But alien technology, yeah, that fits.
And how does losing my team fit into this theory?
Hey, knock this shit off. We're into the debris field. We get the ADS back together, or it's over.
Unironically, she's just trying to stir shit.
She is.
Fine.
She's the infiltrator one, right?
No, it makes perfect sense when you figure out her role.
That she's a
but
double agent for EarthGov.
Everyone else should be telling her to shut the fuck up.
A new mission. What new mission?
It's probably security clearance.
Find
No.
autopsy location in jail.
Oh no, this
Oh,
is where
fuck.
you go back to the medical lab.
Now,
There's a body right
I don't like.
It was really easy to earn the foam hand from me in the remake. That's why I assumed.
Okay, that scared me. Oh, God damn it. I was like, I don't like the look of this room, and now I remember. It's where they show us the, what do you call it, Hulks or Brutes, yeah. What do we got, what do we got, what do we got? Anything sell? Yes, we do. We can sell things.
I think the necromorph I fear most in this game was the one that constantly regenerates, no matter how much you break it down until you burn it.
See, the big thing,
experiment.
the big thing with that is you got to focus on take off a leg, take off an arm, stasis, and then move, and then when it gets up and catches up to you, take off a leg, take off an arm, stasis. That process is how you have to think about dealing with those things, because I panic, and that's what I have to think about. Oh my God!
I never panicked, but I didn't panic, but it was still a situation.
Another Chatfish.
You know, you think the ship would automatically close those windows?
At least containment and life support are holding. So far.
The ship would automatically do a lot of things because it's not working normally.
True, it's all fucked up.
If anything, the fact it's still doing it is impressive.
Security request retrieved.
Security, come in! We've been boarded! I repeat, the ship has been boarded! We are under attack! They've killed most of the deck staff! Where the hell is Chief Vincent? We need security back up now! Guns are useless, What in God's name is that?
So that at this point in the ship, they've lost comms, and they also lost the access to the security rigs, meaning that all the security teams are sort of running around with their heads cut off, trying to deal with basically security requests. This basically spells doom for the ship's security teams because they're just spread thin and they're constantly reacting and not actually setting up any proper defensive positions.
It's not like they were going to survive anyway.
I know, but if they had locked down, they would probably still be alive when we got here, if that was the case.
So they could die in front of us.
So they could be bullet sponges, or well, necro sponges. Like necro sponges.
So it's not like the effects of the
Sorry. Shit.
No, keep that rifle close.
He's saying to keep the rifle by his side.
Yeah, based.
I managed to trap him in here. His face. I'm not seeing things, right? That's Chen.
Yeah, that's Chen.
Can't help him, Hammond. He's...
You're right. I should... The hell with it.
Wait, don't do that. We're gonna regret that. Don't do it.
There was no less than...
47 launched.
I worked with him for years. Johnston too. At least she was...
Squealy respond to me too late.
We're gonna fix
Rate
this,
her,
Hammond.
he's the superior Squealy now.
Yeah. Come on. The ADS cannons. I can hold this position for a while.
But the marker signal already starts breaking down your tissue anyway.
As soon as you're dead, yeah.
Oh, so it doesn't affect you when you're alive? I thought it was like
It
permanent
does.
effect on
So
you.
the big thing is the marker signal starts to establish a thing in your head. If you're a high enough intellect or high enough of intelligence. If you're high enough intelligence, you'll see visions, and your visions will be of marker symbols. If you're low intelligence, you'll have visions of monsters and bad creatures because you're not useful to the markers. So you're gonna. It's focusing on building up your paranoia to get you to kill yourself and hurt other people or get killed in some way, so that your tissue is dead. The reason why other people see symbols is because higher level thinking people, that way they will try, if they survive or escape, they will build more markers. They become marker makers.
I don't know you or Daniels well enough to judge, but CEC had to know about the marker.
The company made it. But shit like that's above my pay grade.
Just waddles over to him threateningly.
You'll need a way down to those junction boxes.
Hello,
You can turn the atrium elevators back on from security. You'll have full access. I found a CEC executive key card. I'll upgrade your clearance.
Nice.
Like, eventually,
Yeah. Just in
a
case.
necromorph far enough away from a marker would start to break down, but it takes time.
Well, we theorize that that's the case. I would assume that would be the case, because when the marker's destroyed, all the markers, all the necromorphs, turn into gelatinous goo. The recombination process fails and they just liquefy. But if that marker signal were to make contact with them again, the dead tissue and the goo would recombinate. Ooh, text walk. Executive Clearance Authorization recipient, CEC Executive Director Warren Eckhart. Authorized by Captain B. Matthias. Eckhart. Warren Eckhart is the guy from Dead Space Extraction, if I remember right. He is the guy that basically betrays the extraction team. The extraction team is the people that got sent down to the planet, Aegis VII, and basically got back to the ship, but it was already infected. The rig code permits the recipient, Warren Eckhart, at least I'm pretty sure that's him, executive access aboard the U.S.G. Ishimura, until such time as it is revoked by Captain B. Matthias. Please secure your rig and do not allow other access to restricted areas. Separate codes must be obtained for any staff members. As requested, Executive Director Altman be Executive Director Altman be praised, be Matthias. So that's Captain Matthias basically giving access to more unitologists aboard his ship to all the executive suite privileges, so they can get behind and start doing things. Not the entirety of the crew is all corrupted. Or corrupted, unitologists.
And even some of the
Big
unitologists think what he's doing is going too far and a perversion of unitology.
Yep. There's the one deck dude, the big burly guy from the anime, who was actually not bad guy. He still wanted to turn, but he didn't think that other people should be forced to turn if they didn't want to, because he wanted to become reach the next stage of enlightenment or mankind, even though that's not true. It's just how the markers exterminate civilizations. Oh,
he was just a little misguided.
Oh shit. Hello. Huh? Okay, this should be easy to deal with. We just need to get behind him and take off a leg. There we go. Okay, they're not the enhanced ones. The big thing is when dealing with small rooms, those guys is annoying.
Clearance confirmed.
Elevator access is here, bench is here. What's this?
It's on the record, Doctor.
This is mutiny. The marker must be delivered to the church, whatever the cost.
God's sakes, Ben, listen to yourself.
I think the only thing that
Ishimura's
can
in crisis,
infect
you
living
cut this
tissue.
off.
What?
By Maritime Law Article 5469, I, Dr. Terrence Kine, hereby declare Captain Benjamin Matthias unfit for duty.
Heretic!
Hold him! Ben, you're not yourself. Let me help you.
Traitors, get your hands off me! This is my ship!
Oh my God, he's... You... Ben. You saw I was trying to help him. Doctor, you just killed the captain. We have to take you in. I can't. If the others from the church get a hold of me.
He understood immediately what was going to happen.
He just fucking legged it.
Also, from that video, it is very clear that the captain inadvertently killed himself.
Well, yeah, he attacked the doctor. In a fit of
Also,
paranoia.
it was kind of weird that the first thing he said was heretic, so it was probably like...
He may have said that, but a lot of the crew on the Ishimura have been planted with unitologists at this point. Because the Church of Unitology is infiltrating the CEC. The CEC is the important part of the economic system for humanity at this point, because planet cracking is the only viable source to basically sustain ourselves. Because we're getting so big and so rapid, and our new types of power, we don't have any new types of power generation. And because of this limitation, we are starting to run out of resources, and we can't harvest them fast enough to basically keep up with the demand. This is where the markers come in. We've talked about this before, but that's why the markers are important, because they are the answer to a civilization that reaches this plateau. And it's an easy and cheap answer. And then that's when the marker
It's also why the unitologists really didn't like Isaac's wife, because she was actually converting people away from unitology.
Well, yeah, his girlfriend. Well, she's one of the few bridge members, or not bridge members, but the few officers on the ship that is not a unitologist, and so she gets locked out of a lot of things.
She got killed, right? I don't remember.
Yeah,
yes.
she got killed. That bitch of a woman killed her.
How does the captain's game death match with the enemy? What? Oh, how is the captain's game a death match with the enemies? It doesn't match too well. I think the anime or the movie does the best portrayal of that scene. Mostly because Matthias is fucking going absolutely apeshit. He's losing control of the situation. Dr. Kynes, his friend, is trying to advise him, like, Matthias, Benjamin, we're losing control. Like, we need to call for help. And he's like, no, I will not have this taken from me. This is my moment. And stuff like that. And he's like freaking out.
Oh, there actually should be
How he died was actually...
Hold on, there should be a ruby semiconductor out there.
Yep, I see it, I think. Yep, there it is. Yeah, I was pretty sure this is the spot with the ruby semi. There we go.
You can continue now. It's just those are very valuable.
Yes. No, they were good. We don't want to miss those semiconductors. It helps build up our resources.
Yeah.
Oh, so much for it. I have expect something to do.
Kine is definitely downgrade from OG. The VA in the original, I think, is better than the VA in the remake.
The VAs in the... I actually like Benjamin's VA in the anime and Kine's VA in the anime more than the original game. And the reason is I just think they did a better job. I really wish they would have reprised their roles in the original game, or they would have gotten the anime VAs for the ship deck crew and bridge to reprise their roles in the remake, but they instead chose to get different VAs. Yes, I
see Plague missed the entire conversation we had about comparing universes earlier.
No, it's bait. I guarantee you. It's Blake.
Blake's the guy that sees you playing a game and says, this game is garbage, and then he goes and plays again.
It's funny, because you actually could have used that stasis battery.
I know.
Did you actually pick it up?
I did.
Can you figure out the button to use?
Oh, fuck!
You should do
floppy little body.
A watch along of the anime.
Yeah, we could do that
some
tonight.
point.
It's not too long. I actually really like the
Okay.
anime. The animation quality
not gonna be
is
able to be
the best. What was that?
There's already
Chumboid?
If you're gonna do it tonight, I won't be able to be there. Damn.
Chumboid. What if we wrap up soon? That's right.
I hate.
You'll make it
I
work.
have to get up at 8 a.m.
You'll make it work, Chum. Don't fight me.
Fights him.
He is fighting me. He's being a little bitch. Little bitch boy. No, yeah, so little bitch boy, that's you. Being that. You can be grumpy all you want. You can be grumpy. Come here, you little fucking
night,
baby.
unexpected.
Good night, unexpected.
Ow.
The children in Dead Space 2 are great.
The school was actually pretty fucked up because if you look in the corners of the rooms, you'd see a bunch of bloody blood smears. And the reason why the blood is in the corners is because the kids panicked and fled to the corner of the room to try to get away from the necromorph.
Yep.
And then they were sliced to pieces in the corner.
Actually, I prefer to think that it was actually a school of dwarfs, so like there were no kids there.
Just got an update. Power diverted from
No!
Administration Network. That's one.
You're not gonna be doing none of that. You're not gonna be doing none of that necromorphing.
It's necromorphing time.
Playing as the children in the multiplayer was a lot of fun.
I actually thought the multiplayer was actually awesome. Much like Mass Effect 3, Dead Space 2 just had amazing multiplayer for no fucking reason.
It did, but the problem with Dead Space 2's multiplayer...
Only a few maps.
That, and they had that leveling system that actually just made you better when you leveled up.
Yeah,
like damage, health, all that stuff.
Your necromorphs get stronger, so you're higher level, you just kill better.
Yeah. So it was just horrendously balanced.
Okay, we killed all them, they're all dead, but there's a door over here, and we can go in there, and I don't see why we shouldn't go in there.
I think necromorphs don't have to be balanced.
They're squeakers. Okay.
Well, it wasn't just the necromorphs that would get stronger, so would the human.
Basically, anyone who was higher level would just absolutely maul.
Yeah, they would just do more damage and have more health.
Good, they deserve it.
Dang. That's why I did grind the shit out of it, though. See, I actually don't really have that many complaints, Jumbo, because I actually played more of the multiplayer than I did the base game because I was too scared of it. And so I actually got to the... yeah, no.
Oh, that's my only
when I got
complaint,
Dead Space 2, I was too scared to play it by myself, so I just played the multiplayer exclusively until I could get either a friend to play it for me.
And I thought I was...
How far are we?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you basically finish it, but he's asking how far away from the daily.
Very far away from the daily. We are currently still in yesterday's.
$185 away from the daily.
From yesterday's goal.
Oh, okay, whatever.
Don't say whatever.
$184.79 actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
$185.
From Tuesday's goal.
Kibbs, you're not supposed to pretend that you're in the vacuum space.
Also, that probably
My throat tickles. I need a drink.
Fox thinks his bounty.
Yeah, go ahead and mark it down. The more gifted memberships that are given, the higher his bounty.
Oh yeah, there was... I don't know how the bounty system works. You guys don't explain to me.
I know Squealy wrote it down, I'm pretty sure. I just forget where he put it.
There, I see where he has it. So is it...
Because we did the
animated
math.
fish after...
It's a custom chatfish, and I think it's an animated fish, and then an STL, and then a custom comp slot. What the fuck?
The screams of the dead.
Yeah, I don't like
would Foxnix and Mango Lads both upgrade at the same time?
No. That'd be a really bad idea.
Here's a question, Kibbs.
We would be so deep in the
Is
red.
there anybody that would be left alive on the Ishimura after the events of where Isaac goes through it?
By the time Isaac Clarke goes through it, those who actually survived the Ishimura already have escaped it. Anybody at this point is... I know at this exact point right now, everyone on the planet is dead. The planet is wiped out. They're all necromorphs now. Here, at this point, there are some people still alive on the ship, but it's in its death throes. Dr. Mercer's alive. Dr. Kynes is alive. That botanist girl who's in charge of the oxygen rooms is still alive at the moment. And a few other people of the original crew are still alive, but they're flatlining. And they're going to be flatlining soon. The Marine ship has yet to enter the timeline, so they're not here yet because we haven't launched a distress beacon.
In system at this point. They're just not here yet.
No, not yet. We have to fire the distress.
No, but I thought they were waiting nearby.
No, I don't think they're here just yet. Part of EarthGov knows that there's an illegal mining operation going on here. Because the whole Aegis VII operation is illegal. Oh no. I don't like this room.
Why?
I don't know, it's just something about
This is the part where he gets attacked from behind.
Oh, hello. That works.
This section was always funny to me because most times they just die from the lightning.
If I can get them to kill themselves, that's ideal.
Oh.
Are you alive still?
Did it drop loot?
He was still wiggly.
I like it better when it's the gravity inversion plates. It just launches them into the ceiling.
Something's behind
The
us.
issue is people like walked into it and they just insta-died, so they changed it to these.
Yeah.
There it is. Okay, I thought there was another one, but I don't think so.
The Ishimura has some really fucked up architecture.
It does.
Jackson,
They should have.
The Marine ship is not a plot hole. No, I think it is actually a dumb part of the plot myself, because like the Marines were literally briefed on what Necromorphs are.
Sort of. They sort of had a somewhat primitive understanding that something was wrong, but not specifically what.
They brought a bomb there.
They brought a nuke.
The protocol dictate that EarthGov was prepared to blow up the Ishimura, but they also didn't want to necessarily blow it up outright because they didn't fully understand what was happening at that point. But they were ready because the Ishimura had violated the quarantine and was in a quarantine sector. Aegis VII is off limits and is marked off limits. The fact that there's a mining colony there is highly illegal.
Even if there's an I forget exactly why.
Oh boy.
Or some of them anyway.
Running out of rooms to run.
It would have made more sense if they picked up multiple pods, not just one.
The escape pods? What do you mean?
The thing is, like, the fact that one necromorph can cause that much damage, especially against people that are trained to hit center mass, like, it makes sense that one necromorph was able to.
The big problem is they're going to be shooting center mass, and if they are shooting right, and that's bad because center mass doesn't do anything. Like if I shoot him at center mass, I will run out of ammo before I really kill him. Because you can't kill a necromorph, you can only incapacitate it. Okay.
Because if I remember, it was like one of the books that said like even like a severed hand or like a little thumb, given enough time, it'll start wiggling, and that little thumb will still try to kill you.
Just watch the outlets. Grid's unstable.
That's two. One more system and we'll have power for the ADS.
Okay. I don't think we have to worry about the floors now.
In the original game, wasn't it one of the ones that turns bodies into necromorphs that got sent over there?
Sent over to
that was in the escape pod that they picked up.
It was a necromorph. The big problem is that the ship panics because the necromorph, the hive mind, is aware on how to sabotage things. It knows. The marker understands. It is a advanced like entity. It is fully aware of like power systems and things like that, and will target that, or target the bridge, or target these things, or sabotage it. That's why the ship's power is fluctuating in this ship. The necromorphs damage the power early on into the infestation, which caused the central communication system to fail.
The necromorphs are female, got it. At least the marker, though.
Well, that's an interesting room.
Manipulative.
That's got
It's
loot.
manipulative.
Oh, look. We can see that through here. Where is it? What? I saw it just a second ago. Oh, there it is. That should give us access to that. I hope.
So, Bino, if the marker is female, does that mean you can fix her?
Ah,
I don't know. Probably.
oh, lame. Well, I got access to this room, but I can't get out of it except that. Oh well. At least there was a recharge station.
Just 2 more chatfishes and I'm finished.
Okay, we have to go down there, but this is... Oh, how do you do the shanty?
What's that? A recording? Huh.
You have to stomp and do the right things.
We should show Chatfish. I'll Google it. Hold on. Holsey donates $200 and says, "Can't do this often now, but here to catch up at least." Hashtag you we me empire the we empire Earth bitch. You we Metroid Zero Mission 2. Hashtag Artie choice. You can't put that to, well, actually no, the free choice can actually go to things. No.
Thank you for the donation, Holsey. What's okay? Can you translate what you said to me? You're like
Empire
like,
Earth.
Okay, Empire's Earth. All right, 1 second. Let me.
It's not that there's a download delay. It actually showed up instantly. I just didn't notice it because I was rambling, Holsey. But thank you for your generous donation.
So, Kibbs, I would recommend you copy that and post it to like one of your other monitors.
Okay,
Can you Empire Earth? Where is that?
That's a new fund. That'd be a new fund.
Are you sure?
Honestly, for Holsey, I would actually just when I can find a time with Holsey, you don't need to worry about a fund. I've always intended to play Empire Earth with him because he funded that ages ago. We just never got to time to do it.
And what's the other hashtag?
So he doesn't need to worry about funding. It's already taken care of. Metroid Zero Mission 2. I thought we funded that, didn't we? There's a thumbnail, I'm pretty sure.
Are you sure it's not? Are you sure it's Mission 2 and not just the original Metroid Zero?
I think it is. I don't remember 100% though. I'm
Metroid Zero, Metroid Zero Mission 1 is funded.
Yes, I knew it was because I'm pretty sure we have art
Mission,
either in queue
Mission 1
or done. Yeah, something like that. Hold on. All right, let's see. Oh my God, that's controllers. No. Okay, well I guess I'll just open up my controller.
Kibbs, it literally just either says melee or stomp. That's why I put both.
Okay, melee. Okay, let's see. So let's try this. Melee, stomp, melee. Melee, stomp. Oh God, I think I lost. Melee, stomp, melee, 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 stomp. Yes, we did it.
Nice. Holzer says I'm not creating new phones, so I'm just expressing my interest.
Ah, okay.
Look, we got it.
What?
I think was it the Kellyan? Was that the destroyer?
No, the Kellyan is the ship we're from. They just changed the Wellerman song to be about the U.S.G.
I'd like to think Isaac just finds this as what the fuck?
I mean,
even in the
how
original,
would they know
said
this the Kellyan was?
Yeah.
They even said in the original, this is like not canon.
No,
this is just a special thing from the devs.
Yep.
Well, yeah.
Everything related to this circle, like this, is like extra shit.
It's a nice Easter egg.
The captain swore he'd keep his creed and drag his crew down so soon may the Kellyan come to save our souls and take us home. One day when the fixing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
There we go. Look at that little song. Little Easter egg for Chatfishies.
I think my dog is fat.
What's this? Is he? Oh, it's just the unitology thing. Blah, 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 blah. I don't think this is anything. One rumor refuses to die, says the church, funding secret shipbuilding program. Yeah, so the unitology has actually built a fleet of ships that are literally corpse ships to feed the fucking Brother Moons.
They're a fucking horror show.
Well, they don't know that. They don't know that's why they're doing it.
When they figure it out, they don't care actually. The upper parts of the church are actually like, yo, this is what we're supposed is what convergence is. We want this. Now a lot of people, not everybody is like that. So some people in the unitology is like, wait, no, I really don't want to die actually.
I was okay when other people are dying, but now that I have to do it,
I don't want to be the dead one. It's more like they didn't realize that they joined a crazy cult. Because the big thing is you learn a lot on Dead Space 2 about how the indoctrination program works.
Because the thing is, a lot of the low-level unitology believers, when they think of unity, they don't think, like, literally, you are going to be body horrored into a single entity.
It's like a afterlife thing.
The idea is that unitology or convergence is like basically mankind's next evolution into a quasi sort of like heaven-like state. Oh my god, I'm looking the wrong way. No, it's just sitting there menacingly.
He was minding his own business until you shot him.
Fuck. Oh, you're done? Good, because it scared the ever-living piss out of me. The fact that it was just, fucking sitting there, looking. I don't like that.
The upgraded ones look cool.
They are creepy. Very calm down. We're wasting ammo.
These guys, not only did they skip leg day, they spat at the concept of leg day.
It's like, legs? No. I don't even have legs.
If I just pump irons hard enough with my arms, I don't need legs.
Write out donuts in camel case so that kids can read them. Man, if you guys start donating in PG speak, right? That would be kind of funny. As long as I'm not the one doing it at the time.
Write donos in camel case so the kids can read them? Oh my god, I'm gonna breed holes.
Yeah. You know what pigeon speak, right? Is right?
No.
There's basically it's a very broken form of English that like people use to talk to migrants.
It looks like the admin staff
It's
to
meet
up with the other survivors.
Pigeon speak.
Pigeon speak is a real thing. It's in Africa.
I'll find a way to
We got little bird people. Bird people.
Yeah, it's based like the most funny shit ever.
So Kibbs, think of somebody having a heavy Cajun accent.
Yeah.
Okay. So when they're reading a textbook and when they're reading it out loud, instead of the textbook having normal English, it has the slang version of the fucking Cajun pronunciation as the writing.
That's weird. I don't like that.
So it's like he's doing the thing.
That's
you didn't know about that.
Bruised off him. Oh my god!
Didn't know about that.
I didn't know it was real. Fucking hate.
But
Kids,
it's
like phonics, but like the African version of it.
Yeah. But
Like,
instead of just understanding that some people just have different accents for how they say the same fucking words, they're like, you know what? You can just spell the words however you want. That's fine.
Okay, didn't you know that there's literally like BBC News pidgin, and it's like there's like police they find suspect way shoot and kill Uga of Ugibungi US. You gotta be it's this kind of shit, you know.
I hope you know what you're doing.
We must destroy Nino. My bussy is virtual and will remain so. What the fuck am I reading in chat?
He's like, no, this can't be true. Is this the elevator?
What do you mean? God damn it. Yeah, I immediately thought it was the fucking Oh, I hate that it's that door. That's not okay.
What's the plan?
I'll sink a few of the ADS cannons to one of my tools.
It sounds like the ADS cannon's going pew 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 pew. because it's shooting
You
rocks.
weren't here when like Gibbs was walking through a room. He was like, "Can you hear that? Can you hear that?" He was like, "I had the stream muted." No, I can't hear anything. Oh, okay, good.
Security request retrieved.
Fucking hell.
Someone stop him!
This is Second Officer Sheik. I need security
Oh, Sheik.
right now.
He's kind of an asshole.
White, for Christ's sake, step away from the controls. We need our first officer. Captain Matthias is dead. The captain's dead. Vincent's security team is dead.
Oh, I don't like what they did with White's voice actor.
Step away
White was
from
supposed to be like Irish.
That's an order. Who's left, Sheik? A crew full of uni fanatics? Eckhart screwed us good, didn't he? If a CEC director could go that bad, maybe the whole company's rotten to the core. Just like Aegis VII. You think CEC won't send a rescue team for their precious planet cracker? Think White. We just need to hold on.
It's true, they did send a rescue team. But it was actually just there to repair damage.
Goddamn fool! Seal it! Seal the airlock now!
Because the engineer they sent is Isaac Clarke, and I forget what classification he is as engineer, but basically he's like top of the fucking line. Like the best boy you bring on when shit's really a problem.
He's a god among men.
He is certified to repair the entirety of the Ishimura systems.
Yes, unironically. He's like the master dude. That's how they call him out.
Syncing targeting system.
I take it I need to aim these guns, huh? Oops. Fuck.
E.
Calibration complete.
Alright, it's calibrated one gun.
Auto-targeting online.
That should help reduce the amount. I think we should be able to find White's body out here.
Yes, he's past all of the guns.
Because we'll need to recover his body.
He's all the way down there at the end.
The first officer. Because, yeah, he threw himself out. Killed himself.
Syncing targeting system.
Keep tearing out these asteroids.
Calibration complete. Cannon auto-targeting online.
Soon may the
Do
big
you
bug
prefer
be.
Isaac's OG face or Gunner's?
OGs. I get
look
why
good,
they
man.
used it because it's this
Yeah.
DAs. He doesn't look bad, but the problem
it's
is
just
I
he's
just
not
prefer,
Isaac.
I prefer the regular Isaac Clarke. The changes to the faces was the one thing oh my fucking god, little shit.
Like, the thing is, if they did it from the beginning, it would have been perfectly fine. But it's just they already had the established, this is Isaac Clarke.
Now granted, Isaac Clarke in Dead Space 1 looked goofy as fuck. He had like a goofy face. And they fortunately fixed that in 2. The one problem with the OG Dead Space is that Isaac Clarke just kind of being a silent protagonist just kind of makes it...
He wasn't a character.
He wasn't a character.
The thing is, he needs
We
to
gotta
look
find
goofy.
that body. Where is it?
Right there.
There he is.
He needs to look goofy because he's an engineer. Yeah, in
The
engineer
big thing
repairs
is
fast
they
creatures.
gave...
I think I figured out our next move.
The big thing they gave Isaac in the remake is that he is the one who comes up with a lot of the engineering solutions.
He actually talks, and he actually talks like he knows what he's talking about when he comes to the engineer stuff, yeah. Because the big thing is, in the remake, he actually talks. In the original, he doesn't talk at all. And so he adds a lot.
Unironically, you could almost make the argument the entire trip was actually, like, psychosis on the part of Isaac.
Now, making him talk in the remake was a good idea, because it is just better.
Yep. But then again, Dead Space was when did Dead Space 1 come out?
2006 or 7?
Because that was the height of the silent protagonist, Master Chief era.
True.
October
Oh, Chief
13th,
Chief
2008.
But 2008, okay, that came out a bit later than I ever thought. You know what's funny? Dead Space was developed on the Gulf engine that EA uses And the golf engine for their golf games. The first one was.
Isaac.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
I just intercepted
I know, that's
transmission
fucking random, isn't it?
Someone's down there?
See what you make of this.
They decided that the golf game engine was the best engine to use.
Medical Officer Nicole Brennan. Medical is a sanctuary. All survivors, please join us.
Yeah,
God, it
suspicious.
took me a moment to remember what that engine was. The EA Sports engine?
Makes sense.
I'll head to the crew deck and look for survivors from the bridge. I'll be in touch.
Bucket fishes.
I need to go tomorrow to the school.
Yeah, doctor.
Stop that. Go down.
This doesn't look like a competition.
No.
Why won't you die? There we go.
That's why you forgot to step on them.
One of them enhanced necros. The longer a necromorph remains active, the more more powerful it becomes. That's sort of makes sense, but there's a little bit of inconsistency there because the mummy morphs from Dead Space 3, from the... Oh my god. It's the little fucking bitty body bits. Nope.
Let them puppet your body, kids.
The way I always interpreted that is the only reason they were like that is they have been there for hundreds of years.
True.
Without any new source of food.
I believe 300 years to be precise.
At least like 250.
So their bodies are atrophied, despite being necromorphs.
And even then, if you remember, eating the flesh of one of those things, still not a good idea. Don't get me wrong, eating necromorph flesh.
What it
not
does,
good.
if I remember right, is it kills your organs internally, and so your body basically starves to death if you eat necromorph tissue.
You basically...
and then you're corrupted upon death.
It's almost like a
inside you.
Wendigo kind of situation where it's like you just become more and more hungry.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's actually how the... I don't remember what the ones that eat bodies is. Was a game engine? I mean, technically, a game engine, it just exists to facilitate things coming together, like reading the lighting system, reading the fucking shaders, reading how to load and deload assets, stuff like that. And so technically, you can kind of turn a lot into anything.
The physics engine.
Yep.
How things bounce off of shit.
Golf balls. It all makes sense. Golf balls. Oh, sweet.
The
you get
game
Superior
engine is
Three.
just a Beano in a box with a bunch of string.
You do need like the game engine to install the Bitcoin miner on the people's PCs, yeah.
Now this is good. Now why is my heart beating? Isaac, calm down.
My heart's not beating, you're just crazy.
It's beating loud.
It's your own heart.
It makes me think that there's something in here.
Maybe there is.
And I just don't like that.
Check it out.
Isaac has got the heartbeats. Now, Dr. Mercer's a real piece of shit. And I really don't like him.
Is there anything back over there?
I should have gotten everything there. Sometimes there can be new things, like a sleeping necromorph, or bodies disappearing because they're being dragged off to be, you know, recombinated.
Graped, yeah.
Yeah, be much. And we gotta go to medical, though. Because everybody wants to go to medical. Oh, fuck.
Gotta get medical.
Medical.
But yeah, the U.S.G. Ishimura has a choo-choo inside of it. It's a choo-choo.
That's how big it is.
It is pretty big. I mean, it's a giant floating refinery platform. It cracks planets, refines the resources on the way back
What's
to
the
Earth.
cracking that you're talking about?
Tears the planet open.
It literally
so
takes
it's big?
apart a chunk of the planet.
Yep, so that
Wait,
they
this
can
is-
mine it. They bring it up into
Actually,
the
no,
low
sorry,
orbit, and then they send
Kibbs,
mining
go to-
teams down to go get it.
Kibbs, go to the right and look at the diagram of the Ishimura. But you see those arms that extend out from the Ishimura?
Those are tether points. They tether the
those
rock.
are tethers. And then they use like gigantic fucking anchors that go all the way down to the planet, and then with anti-grav anchors, they lift up part of the planet.
Yep, because they have to. They build a colony. The colony surveys and finds a chunk of the tectonic plate they want to rip up. Then the colony then sets up their little base there, and then starts working on planting these gravity tethers around the location. And then once it's ready for planet cracking, then the Ishimura will be sent to the planet to go and crack the planet open, pop it open.
They probably have very few of these planet crackers because they must be.
They don't. They actually don't.
I think they have like 9 planet crackers or something like that.
The Ishimura was the first of its class that was built.
Yeah, so they have very few of them.
It's also the oldest, isn't it?
Yeah, yes,
It's
that's what
pretty
I mean.
old.
It's the first. It's the first of its class.
It's also the pride of the fleet, though, too.
Looking at the time, sadly, I must be heading off, so I will bid you all.
Good night, hands.
I'll do the
Good
same.
night, hands. If the issue is after,
See ya,
I
buddy.
leave my house at 6, so later.
Good night, my dude.
We're losing
I'm
bucket
almost
fishies.
finishing. Only one more chatfish and we'll be done.
Oh, damn.
But
Nine
chat,
fish.
buy a bunch of albine chatfish.
Daniels.
Do
I
that.
need
but
something more
also-
to drink. I'll be right back.
Hello?
Another survivor. At last. You'll be safe here. I'm a doctor.
Is Nicole Brennan with you?
You're not here for sanctuary then. Well, Dr. Brennan's currently engaged. Shall I send you to her?
How about you unlock these doors and I'll find her myself?
Are you that selfish? You might let something in. Or out.
Shit.
So, you've decided to be difficult. Take a seat. I'll deal with you momentarily.
Oh my god! He's evil! Wow, Halsey betrayed Kib in this hour of Kib need. Yep, true. Yeah, true.
Bye,
Oh,
Halsey.
yes.
Wait, but
no,
Halsey's
Halsey's not going anywhere. He's mine.
Well,
Mine!
He's saying there goes the best of the bunch.
Yeah, that's what it's
Hurtful.
Damn.
Spino's right there, Halsenator.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we need maybe. Okay, so this section we're gonna need oxygen tanks. Okay, we can't buy any of those. I guess we didn't need them anyways. Chad, no, don't need them. Contact beam upgrade, force gun upgrade. Oh my, what ripper upgrade, flamethrower upgrade. What about the rifle? I think I'm missing some upgrades here. Oh well, I think these upgrades can also be found if I remember right. No, the pulse rifle rounds are not going to be that useful here. These are going to be useful here.
Having to buy ammo.
Well, I'm buying them for what I know it's
got
coming.
Gibbs to sell. I got Gibbs to sell all his ammo earlier to buy a thing. But we
India
have to
says
go.
Dead Space at 1 a.m. and then he pogs.
And he's a little pogfish. You just grab him, rip him out of the bucket. He's like, no.
I like that chatfish on the corner.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Gibbs, you should activate.
Let's Kibium.
Let me see. Raper's fish?
Oh yeah, Chumbas and Halseys.
Yeah, in Reeford.
A B C D E F G.
Yeah,
That
I
spells chatfish for you and me.
Think does the Strigoi have one?
I don't think so. I don't think
Okay.
so. Halsey, where are you? ARST, the real Halsnator. And Chumba's already active. And
Yeah.
Rifford's... Does Rifford have his animated yet? I don't know if he does.
I'm not sure.
I know fucking little Pilu card is taking a break from animating.
Yeah,
Being lazy.
He needs to get back
He's
to it,
going
though, because
to-
they're starting to pile up. I need to do them before we start the banner production.
yeah, he's going to do the banner by himself again, right?
No, he's not doing the banner by himself. You are going to be helping him.
We're
We're going to be setting a
Does the
stretch.
banner himself.
We're going to be funding the banner this December. So we'll be making the monthly goal. We'll be exceeding it so that we can actually make sure that Palu doesn't drop by him goddamn self again, because he almost killed himself last time. Ow!
He was very sad for okay.
That was a lot of challenge.
Yeah, but like it's kind of like sad when someone else is doing it, but it's worse when like
Yeah,
you're
because
the
you
one
don't want to do it, I know. You four artists will be splitting it into an equal share of Chatfish so that you can all do them in a reduced amount.
I'm pretty sure I heard Albine say he'd be willing to do all of it for free.
I'm pretty sure your schizophrenia is kicking in. Yeah.
Research, of course. I'm so close to finding that missing factor. A unitologist would understand.
India says those lazy artists with delayed chatfishes. How much for an animated chatfish? It's 70. Olzinator.
And here you can see
Is
the
it?
remnants of the crew.
I don't know.
What's that?
The last chapter. Okay, let me post the fishes that weren't posted.
Olzinator says, "Hi, Indio. Would you like to draw a cock being peeled like a banana?"
What?
Back.
Oh my god, that's Celeste's sexual power. She peels her cock like a banana. Good inspiration, Halsey. You can't wait.
What kind of an image are you feeding us now?
This is what the wall things turn into over time.
Are they still conscious while doing that?
I think partially, yeah. Awful, honestly.
Talk about horror.
Yeah, no. Being conscious of that is not a good thing.
He's not saying no, Olzinator. He's thinking about it.
Maybe. Is 70 for an animated
Yes,
chatfish if we already bought the chatfish? If you, as long as the artwork for the one you want animated is already done, then yeah. It's only an additional 30 if you want another type of chatfish, right? Or if you want to animate another animation of the one you already have, also possible. Because it's basically, think of it this way, chat. It's $30 for the concept art, or the, well, not concept art, it's actually finished. $30 for the finished design, then an additional 70 to turn it into an animated fish, and it's only 60 to turn it into a STL, because STLs are actually slightly easier to make than animations, due to the fact that, you know, making multiple frames is actually slightly more expensive. This is why the industry switched from 2D animation to 3D. Because as you can tell, there's this slight differential.
Early 3D was special, and a fascinating case study and how it developed. They also like to remind us how old we are, as they announced a Clarke remaster, if I think I've said before, and I'm just going, that hurts. That was a long, long time ago.
I have to record these days. The old memory, you know. As I was saying, the new treatment I'm developing should be just the ticket. The trial is very promising. Trial? You'll be back at your post in a jiffy with CEC none the wiser. Unless you don't trust me.
No, of course I trust you.
That's a mistake.
Let's give it a shot.
Volunteer 9 is a young male, testing my new tissue regeneration formula. I expect death within the hour, but the changes to the vascular system are very promising. One moment for the cleanup.
For the last time, get a trauma team in here. Yes, I called 3 times. My patient is crashing. Get off your smoke break and help me.
This sick motherfucker, Jabros. He eventually learns to inject the dead necromorph tissue into the body the same way that the proboscis of the infector works. But by doing what he does, he's basically created an ubermorph variant. This is also proof that the marker is actually tricking or making high-level thinking people into improving them and helping them improve.
I'm back.
Really shows how deadly the marker is.
My house alarm flared, that's why I had to leave.
You're just catching on fire like, eh, little beanos running around burning.
Yeah. Oh, if I die on fire, I'll never be able to finish the round.
Same.
Like I have to like sort. Like, give me the thing I want. When I was a widow chatfish. When he was a widow chatfish.
What do you mean was?
They're not little anymore, they're big and round.
I may be supposed to go that way, but I don't wanna. I'm gonna go this way instead.
I know that you're not supposed to have favorite chatfishes, right? That you draw. But holy
Damn.
shit, like the one that I'm doing for Alfarius anymore. Right now I'm having a lot of fun with it. It's very funny chatfish.
Wow. Beano having favorites.
Yeah. No, it's kind of like parent stuff. We never have our favorites, except we do.
Damn, Beano. Beano. Beano.
It's really funny.
Let me destroy Beano. Destroy. Nothing left of Beano but Beano ashes.
Just for that, Albine, I won't laugh.
Damn.
Damn. Me Beano. Damn.
I already have an idea for Celeste on the free Indio art I got.
Oh no.
Doesn't deal.
It's hentai. Nice.
Might be, might not be. We'll have to
With
find
canon
out.
Celeste.
It's Indio's choice, after all. Indio. Bindio. He's like, oh, he got me fucking.
Indio's getting into just draw whatever he wants. That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, I kind of hate that. I think he should draw what he doesn't want to draw.
You should draw a bunch of women not stepping on him.
Yeah, just like actually being respectful to him and, you know, stuff like that. And he's just sitting there with the biggest fucking frown. I was like, God fucking damn it. God fucking. Alright, Chatfish. This is probably a good spot to wrap because I've been streaming for about 11 hours. I shouldn't stream.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, you can always show
Cancel
the
breast.
chatfish.
Well,
You can
yeah,
always
I
show
could
the
show
chatfish.
some things, though. There's some things Chatfish have. Because they're fat.
That's a good Hugo Fugi Chatfish.
Oh god, for some reason I ran out of oxygen a little bit. Things started to go dark on me, Chatfish. Like, yourself, little weirdos. You little bucket bitches. Like, bucket bitches. Now, Chatfish, what I have to show you, you're going to find really fucking cool, okay? You little pork fish.
The chatfishes?
First, I'm showing them this. Take a look, chat. It's the diorama that Beefios is producing for the Tally Wars. I like how the two things Bean is holding is damn, and I can fix her.
I may have
The two
encouraged
things
Oh, it's glorious.
Bafios to do that.
That look is glorious. You just see the chatfish all going, all cheering.
I like what my Chatfish is doing. Not that you can see it in this image.
The Chatfish are investigating. Aren't you like investigating? I don't even know where you are.
I'm behind Killjoy.
Oh, you're behind the.
Oh, you can't see him,
you're
yeah.
behind the box.
I'm blocking his tears with my shield while I'm holding a magnifying glass.
Investigating the murder of Tally.
Yeah, I wonder who did it.
It's pretty good.
Oh my God, Albine's tarred. I can fix her.
This diorama is unironically pretty fucking good. Naked Tally. I think she's currently naked. I don't know if it's because Baphios has yet to model her clothing, or if Baphios intends not to. I'm not 100% certain.
When I saw it last, he was actively making the model. So like, I think he's just not done. So it's just
because when he makes models for us, he usually takes a naked model of a like male or female, and then models the clothing and the like stuff actually on it. And so he's probably just not that far along. But yeah, another diorama chatfish.
Oh, yeah. Show is this your tally art? Show the tally art.
I will.
Please.
After I dock your pay. He's like,
damn.
We just
also, Chad, don't forget to vote in the poll in fan art.
Hold on. I gotta pull up more fan arts. Yes. You know I had to vote for show. You can't put naked Celeste on that.
I had almost no real input in what she drew here.
So
it was all her idea.
Tons of the chatfish who have been gifted chatfish after that massive chatfish giveaway. Nom Nom's Hime got a chatfish with a beard who's a cute princess. Very cute chatfish. Look at that. Very nice. Joins the bucket. Adorable. Florial has a Christmas themed chatfish. That's true. If you want a Christmas themed chatfish. No, it's not Christmas. It's not. It's actually just a sleepy chatfish on a peach.
Yeah.
And Hugo Fugi is on a Marith, which is quite cursed.
Oh, you're just still showing the Baphios diorama.
Oh, god damn it, I forgot to remove the diorama. Fuck. Alright, reset. Alright, god damn it. Back down we go.
Hibtard, says Ragnarok.
Right, this is Nom Nom's chatfish. He's got a beard and a little princess, cute princess. Very cute, very kawaii, Yeah, that's right. You better all react. Now see who's doing it. It's Boulder. Look at the Boulder. First guy to react. Just fucking beelined it. This is Florial, resting on peaches, holding a peach. We're just in his own little zone. That's because it's up on stream, you muppet. It takes a while. And then we have Hugo Fugi's chatfish, who's riding a Marith, very, very cursed, very, very cringe, terrible. Hugo Fugi should be destroyed. Then we have Samson Q, Dobbs, little chatfish, who's got big titties, little eye patch. It's a femfish, obviously. Then we got Nortfish. The Nortfish, that's fucking Rogue Trooper, if I remember right. The Norts. Oh, that's obscure.
I don't know where it's from.
It's a book or it's a comic / video game called Rogue Trooper. It's about these blue and genetically engineered soldiers sent by Earth to go fight the Norts, which is like some other government. And the GIs, the Rogue Troopers or whatever, basically get like abandoned after they get sent on like a suicide mission. And then we have Ragnarok Chatfish. Behold the monolith's roundest soldier. He's got a little monolith fish, little gas mask, little pistol. He's got a little fin, ready for a little chatfish adventure. Bino's been pumping them out like crazy. Then we've got a seasonal Depresso, who has his own little seasonal chatfish, who's got a bunch of little things with Stern, Bino, Squee, Izza, Grumpy. Little stockings. He's just there to deliver packages.
I took out most of yesterday and all of today to work on the fishes.
I can tell. You did a good job, Bino. You did a good job.
Thank you.
And then here, for those who missed it, is the poll. I'm just gonna scroll down a little bit, because
there's two more. One that I'm finishing now, and there's Parkfish. But I'm sure that Parky would prefer to like surprise the Island Bucket people with his fish, so that's why I didn't post that one. It looks very special.
How much you give Yinglet a few more brain cells? I'm not entirely sure. If you, probably surgery. So like, I don't know, $700,000, $70,000 maybe. I don't know. How much is brain surgery?
It's very expensive.
A lot.
Depends on the kind of brain surgery.
Yeah, true.
That depends. Like
$500. I mean,
are you?
We could go for the.
No, he just says 500. He doesn't specify a currency.
All right, if he hold on. If he just wants like 500 rubles for his brain surgery, you know, that'll be great because
Now give him Dawns.
he's gonna have like some fucking Vlad from the back alley street fucking smacking his head with a
English,
Oh,
are you a Rothschild? Maybe we can get a brain surgery for you for
English
free.
says,
No?
I have always been smart.
Oh my god. Poor English.
Please, you could. Oh, it's getting late. You could vote. And thank you for your very generous donations, by the way, chat. Good job on reaching yesterday's goal. I mean, we normally always make the weekly, so I have faith in the bucket fishies. No worries, no rush. We always gotta wait till, you know, we make it. You just have to stream that big game.
Thank you for all the generous donations, chat.
We would be doing the drunk stream this week, but I, for some reason, still haven't recovered from my illness, and I really don't want to do a drunk stream with this cough thing going on.
Ah, yeah.
Get better
It's good.
first.
I want the cough to go away, and then give it another week. So I'm not sure if we'll be doing the drunk stream next week, but the sooner I get this little cough to go away, the sooner we'll do the drunk stream finally. We were supposed to do that a while ago, but I got sick. Halsey donates $4.99. Says, here's 4.99 pennies. Someone can cover the last one.
Sadly, YouTube doesn't let me donate just the penny.
Let me donate the 4. Let me put like there. Plus.
And thank you for your generous donations. We'll be popping over to the Discord, so if you want to come hang out with us, Chatfish, feel free to join us. If you're too sleepy and need to crawl into your little buckets, I understand. Regardless, Chatfish, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling with me today. And we will see you tomorrow in tomorrow's stream. So you guys have a good night and get a good sleepy. And for those that are coming over, we'll see you in the Discord. Good night, Chatfish.
Good night.
Take care.
Good night.
See ya.